Okay, Kami-san, let's start.
All right. Okay, and good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to Python Asia Online Charity Talk H2. We are so glad you could join us from across Asia and beyond. Today is not just about Python, it's about a community sharing knowledge and supporting a good cause together. Just a quick intro of myself. So my name is Rio. I currently manage the futures and option business operations team for the bank called at UBS in Singapore. While the Python is somewhat limited for my as a business user within the bank, but I still have a passion for the Python and the Django from my own entrepreneurial projects in the past. I'm passionate about in a bank. I'm passionate about applying these tools to streamline processes, build scalable solution within a bank. I'll be your MC alongside with Jonas together, and we'll guide you through today's program. Jonas, do you want to give a quick intro of yourself, please?
Sure, thank you, Rio. Yes, hi everyone, I'm Jonas. You may know me from the Python Asia Charity Talks H1, or as a board member of the Python Japan Association. I'm a Python software engineer at a company called Henge in Japan. And yeah, a little bit later I will take over some of the MC duties. And yeah, looking forward to these exciting talks. Back to you, Rio.
Thanks, Jonas. Right. So over the next few hours, you hear from some of the brightest minds in the Python world, some that call developers, educators, innovators, and community leaders. So this event is all about giving back. So Python always has been more than just programming language. It's a movement built on openness, collaboration, and generosity. So by being here, you're part of that story. So just for you want to go to the next slide, Terada-san? So we got a keynote speakers, Ken are the Python core developers, and we also got Audrey, who can talk about the open source sustainability from scratch. And we also have other exciting speakers in our next slide as well. We got Tomoko from Japan, Joongi Kim, Maaya, and Sony as well. Just a quick update on the speakers. We got a slight change on the speakers. That Daniel could not make it for the session, but Sony can cover that the talks from from Philippines. Okay, and I got a few logistics, and I just wanted to cover that. So during the talk, you'll be muted, but we welcome your question on the chat channels. You see on the Zoom text chat on your right panels. Do you see that yourself? Maybe you can just try to say just hi to your friends. Right. Hi to friends. Yes, that's the spirit. This is Zoom chat. I am Claude. Iqbal, are you automating your own chat? Come on, do your own chat. Okay. Yeah, so that's how it goes. Okay, so the MC on a session, we're gonna pick up your question from here, and then we cover that Q&A session at the end of each talk. All right, I think that's about it. And then do you okay? I think looks like we are all set for the session. So to kick things off, let's welcome our opening speaker Manabu, who set the stage for today's journey. Terada-san.
Hi, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Python Asia. I'm Manabu Terada. I'm founder and board member of the Python Asia organization, PAO. I live in Japan. I'm board member of the PyCon JP Association and also Python PSF fellow. Today, I'm here as the director of this event. I'm very excited to be with you. This is our second online event. We called it a charity event. Your support helps PAO continue our activities in Asia. Today, we have a speaker from East and Southeast Asia. I want to focus on voice from Asia. Sometimes Asian developers are hidden from the global scene, but we have amazing talent here. I want to showcase our power to the world. I hope today's speakers will become role model for younger developers in Asia. Right now, many communities communities are having a hard time. As you know, the PSF and European community are having a budget issues. In Asia, it's also difficult to keep event going or find sponsors. Now, we have AI. Everything is changing. Python and our community are also changing. AI can write code, but AI cannot build a community. Human communication is more important than ever. This is why PAO exists. We will do our best to support and protect our Python community in Asia. You know, Asia is a very big place. In fact, travel is not easy. Each community has its own unique Python community, even if we speak different languages. We share the same passion for Python. This mix of the culture, it makes us unique and interesting. Thank you for joining. Please let's enjoy this event. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Terada-san. All right, I think it's really good enough. I think that we can kick off the exciting talk first then. So our first speaker is Ken. He's a core Python developer. So he joined today. He's based in Singapore, but he's joining from UK. Thank you very much for joining so early in the morning, Ken. So you got a 45 minutes the time now from now on. So all for you now, Ken. You can overtake the screen sharing for your session.
All right, thank you, Rio. Okay, sorry, give me a moment. Okay, can everyone see the slides first of all? Okay, I can't tell if, okay, people say yes. Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear anything, so I was like assuming the worst. All right, so, sorry, just Zoom stuff. Okay, so thanks again for inviting me to speak at this event. I think I mean I don't usually speak that often, so I'm quite happy to support a good cause, and I think the MCs are excellent, and the opening talk was excellent as well. So I'll just like save the praise and start my talk now. But anyways, so my talk is called Building a New Tail Calling Interpreter for Python, and I actually presented this earlier EuroPython 2025, but this is an updated version with more complete slides, so you get a sneak peek into what's actually happening into CPython development. And as I alluded to in my in some of my blog posts, if you actually keep up with what I write, is that this is actually not really a talk about this, which I hope the organizers are not angry about, but it's actually also saying that measuring the performance of interpreters, especially the Python interpreter, is really, really hard. So just a brief background about myself. As I was introduced earlier, I've been a Python core team member since August 2021. And in 3.11, I worked on this project called the Specializing Interpreter with a bunch of other people from the faster CPython team, which is now defunct. But that was the effort to make Python 3.11 25% faster. And I implemented the JIT's initial optimizer at the start of the JIT project. And right now I'm coordinating, so I guess not past tense anymore, but present tense, coordinating the JIT's upgrades in 3.15, which are quite exciting, and I encourage you to keep up with the changes there. So, what is Python? I mean, apart from the community, like the people, like what is Python, like the program itself? So we know that Python is a programming language, right? Like we're all here for that reason. And CPython, well, it's the reference implementation of the language. So it's a thing that you get from Python.org download page when you go to the website and download for whatever platform you use. And let's say you want to speed up CPython because people sometimes complain it's slow and all that. And my colleague Mark Shannon actually gave a talk in EuroPython 2022 on how we're speeding Python up. But to save you the talk and save everyone 45 minutes, I'm just going to skip to a very important slide. So if I zoom in on the chart on the right-hand side here, it says that roughly 30% of time is spent in the interpreter. And this was the figures that we got in 3 of 14, I believe. And each horizontal row here is a benchmark. So we split like the amount of time that we spend in the benchmark in different parts of the runtime. So let's speed up the interpreter, but you might be asking like how? And don't worry, I'm not going to start throwing like technical terms at you, because like this is meant to be like a talk that people who don't know C or don't know other languages and just know Python can appreciate. So first, we just need to understand the interpreter. And I'm just going to give a really, really high-level overview of things. But basically, when you have a Python program and you run your .py file, the Python source code is actually compiled to something called bytecode first, and then run on an interpreter. And the bytecode instructions are just simple instructions for a virtual machine. This sounds fancy, but it's really quite simple. So let's say you have something like x plus x. You'll just compile to the instructions, load x again, and then add x together. Sounds simple enough, right? And if you add them onto the, if you run through them, like you step through them, like how you would in a debugger, you would put x onto something called stack first. So stack's like a chunk of memory that has certain ordering properties to it. And you put x again on the stack, you take the results of the stack and you add them back together. And that's basically it. So how we actually implemented the interpreters in the past in Python was that we write them in C, so C is another language, and we would say, okay, for each instruction, here's what we want to do for each of them, and we switch over them. So switch is just like we jump to the instruction based on the operation we see. So the problem with this in the past was that this was actually two jumps in the naive compiler per instruction. And keyword is naive because modern compilers are pretty good. And it's what there's one jump at the top here, but there's many targets, and this is bad for CPU predictors in the past. So this was bad for processor predictors in the past. I wouldn't go into what a predictor is, but basically the high-level summary is that the processor you have in your computer most likely has abilities to actually predict where a jump will go, so like where instruction will jump to. And that's actually a pretty interesting thing if you think about it. But modern predictors are really amazing works of engineering and art. So modern predictors can actually predict quite a lot of things. So this part isn't too important anymore. But so someone from the Python core team back in 2011 said, okay, let's try to abuse gotos. And a goto is just a simple jump in C. And we say, okay, we have something called a dispatch table and a bunch of instructions. So we map our instructions like this. So imagine your load fast earlier and your binary op will become the instructions here. And each instruction has a goto that leads to the next instruction. So I'll just do a quick demo. For example, we start by saying, okay, go to the mapping from the operations to the instructions. And let's say it goes to instruction 2. Execute whatever's in instruction 2. You'll jump back to the next instruction. And let's say that's instruction 1, and then so on and so forth. So if you observe carefully, there's actually only one jump in the naive compiler per instruction. And now the jumps are spread across multiple targets. And the folklore, or at least what people found in the past, back in 2012 around there, was that this was better for older CPUs. So the problem with this, however, is that there isn't really direct control of how to express the interpreter, because when you express a Python interpreter, you want to say, okay, these things I want to put in really fast memory called registers in the machine. And then at the same time, I want to say, okay, and don't try to mix things around and keep them as their own separate functions. But the thing is, the old way couldn't achieve any of this. Another problem that we're actually recently having in Python, and this is only in recent versions, is that the Python interpreter is actually really overwhelmingly large right now. It's about 12,000 lines of C code in Python 3.15. And because of this, there are a lot of compiler bugs that we trigger. Like, is a 12,000 line go-to interpreter, so just a single function that's over 12,000 lines. So we actually have seen bugs hit Python in the past. The first two are actually real bugs that we found in Python due to the compilers, and these cause performance problems. The last two are just bugs in the C compiler themselves that were reported in the past, but might not have affected Python. It depends on the version that you're using. So you don't have to read whatever this is weird assembly thing is. So this is just machine instructions, but the short summary is that on the left-hand side is actually the buggy code that we observe in the Python 3.14 interpreter. And the right-hand side is the non-buggy code. And I'm not an expert in reading assembler myself, but basically you can see that the right-hand side is a lot shorter, looks a lot cleaner. The gist of it is that it's not doing extra work. So it's doing the things that we actually want to express when we write an interpreter in Python. So can we actually do better? Well, in a long time ago, someone observed this programming construct called a tail call. And a tail call is basically, if you write this Python function here, a tail call is the last function call in the function. So it has to be in the last position. And that's basically it. It sounds cool, and it is pretty cool. But yeah, it's a pretty simple concept, but a pretty powerful one. So Guy Steele in 1977 showed that tail calls are equivalent to gotos. So that this is a fairly recent idea that only existed not existed, but only became popularized in recent years, maybe the past 3 or 4 years, is to implement the interpreter using tail calls and not gotos. And what that looks like is that on the left-hand side, you have the traditional interpreter that I previously showed you. And it's one function and 12,000 lines of code again. But now the right-hand side is a massive reduction in complexity. So you have the single function has been split up into multiple smaller functions where each function corresponds to a single instruction. And each instruction is maybe up to 200 lines of code. So that already actually localizes the area that a bug can hit. Like, let's say if a bug hits the interpreter, it's not going to say, oh, the whole interpreter is going to slow down now. Maybe it just slows down a single instruction. So that actually already fixes a pretty big problem that we were trying to solve in the previous instance. But this actually uses a new C attribute called proper tail calls. So this thing just tells C, if you can't make this a tail call, then don't even compile it. So just fail compilation. And we use this special thing that forces the arguments into the fast machine memory accessors. So we call them registers. And the general interpreter state sticks in registers and just stays along there for the most of the instruction. So that actually makes it a lot faster because we can directly express the intent of how to write an interpreter and where we want to put things and how to lay things out in memory in C rather than having to write it in assembler ourselves. And as you saw previously, assembler is not that simple to understand as well. So CPython does not want to write interpreters in assemblers, hopefully, at least not for now. So here's how it looks like. On the right, this is an actual instruction from the Python source code that you're seeing for the load fast instruction. And the only addition is the yellow highlighted part here. And the cool thing is that we actually have something called a macro. So a macro is just like a copy and paste in C. And we have a macro that says, okay, on the left-hand side, if the compiler doesn't support it, it just becomes a go-to interpreter or a switch case interpreter. But on the right-hand side, if the compiler does support it and the user chooses to enable it, like the distributor, then we compile it using the tail call mode. And here are the initial performance results. So initially, we got over 15% geometric mean speed out on some benchmarks on some platforms. And I was like, what? So for like 4 weeks, I was like dancing and happy and really excited. But And the thing is, in 3.14, we actually have a what's new entry just for this interpreter as well. So you can see here that, we say, okay, you can enable it using a special configuration flag. But the cake is actually a lie. So it wasn't all it seemed. So another contributor spent a month doing really, really excellent investigative work. And it turns out the speed up wasn't real. You can read the blog post here. But for 1 week, I was pretty sad and dejected about it. And so what happened? Like, why isn't the speed up real? Or at least it isn't real for those platforms. Well, the computer go-to baseline was hit with yet another bug. And the thing is, the tail calling interpreter was actually fixing a bug in the original interpreter, which is a good thing because if you think about it, we want to fix bugs. But on the other hand, that means that the real results without a buggy compiler isn't as big as we thought it will be. So what actually happened was that the interpreter was actually so big that we hit some magic threshold or number in the compiler. And this is the equivalent code. It's not clearly one-to-one, but basically if you have a go-to interpreter on the left-hand side, it tries to fuse the jumps together at the end into one common jump, and then it will jump to from the common jump to the instruction itself. So basically, it undid all the optimizations that we previously had, because now you have the two jump problem again. You have to go through many hoops to go to the next instruction. So that's not good. Yeah. So in other words, performance results weren't good because the computer go-to interpreter got slower and not that we got that much faster. And the final benchmark results that we got were about 2 to 5% depending on your platform, which is still pretty big considering Python is used in almost everywhere, and a 5% speed up on Mac OS, for example, is pretty significant. But yeah, so you would think that, okay, performance gain is not as good as expected, sad, like for a few weeks. And you might think, like, why is there no speed up? Like, shouldn't what we're doing be a speed up? Because it does seem, smarter. But the thing is, the compiler can probably outsmart us, even in the case of the normal computer go-to, assuming the game doesn't have bugs. But the saga continues. Like, this is like the gift that keeps on giving. Like, you have like more and more sequels coming up. And I didn't list a major platform in the benchmark results. If you observe carefully, you realize that, okay, there's a missing platform. And the missing platform is actually Windows. And what happened on Windows is that we actually got roughly 15% faster on performance. So that's our benchmark suite where we run multiple benchmarks. And the range is about -11 to 55% faster. But I think -11 might be a fluke on some platforms. So I mean on that measurement. So it depends on the platform and processor and your compiler version and all that, obviously. But the implementation this time was by Chris, me, and Brent. So the original implementation was I did it myself, but the new one we actually had help this time. And again, for like 1 week, I was like the cat here. I was like jumping. I was like, yippee, yay, like good results, right? So, but this time I need to do my due diligence. I was like, what's actually happening here? So we need to investigate, right? Like otherwise, it might be false hope again, and then we might get sad for a week. So the tail calls encourage the compiler, the Windows compiler, to inline more in C. And you might ask, okay, what's inlining? So let's say you have this Python code on the left here. This Python, but the same things roughly happens in C. So if you have a hello function that calls the inline me function, and the inline me function does nothing, it just returns its the argument. In an optimizing compiler, it will just do something like a fancy copy and paste, like a substitute and replace, and then it will just say, okay, remove the function call altogether. So inline me disappeared. Yeah, so basically it sounds like a fancy copy and paste or search and replace of a function done by a compiler automatically for you, right? Well, what was happening was that the C compiler in Windows, in that case, was actually not inlining important functions at the C level. So we have actual bugs in the past in this compiler as well, where it decided not to, for really important functions that we always know want to be called often, we put it in. And you might ask, and this is going back a slide, like why does this get a speed up in C code? So there's two reasons, but one of them is that there is some overhead to calling a function. Like calling a function isn't completely free. You have to jump to the code and then you have to do a bunch of things. In Python, calling a function is actually even more expensive than C. We can get to that another time. And the next thing is that when you inline, the compiler can actually see more of the code. So for example, if the compiler just operate on the hello function, it wouldn't be able to see all of the code. But when you inline the inline me function, now it sees there's a 1 there, it can do even more optimizations. So the key thing that for modern compilers usually is that inlining unlocks new optimizations for other optimization passes to be more effective. So in the tail call version of the Windows compiler, the C compiler is now actually inlining important functions at the C level. And you might ask what changed, like why are we doing that? I mean, sorry, why is it doing that? And I will ask you to recall that back during the early few slides, I did say that the problem was that we had 12,000 lines of C code in a single function. The thing is, there is this heuristic in certain compilers where the function gets too big, you don't want to inline anymore. The reason is that inlining increases the size of the host function, like the host inline function. So when you inline more code, for example, if you inline more code into hello gets bigger over time sometimes. And when it gets too big, sometimes the compiler will say, I give up. I don't want to inline anymore because it's probably bad to keep bloating up the code. Well, I can't exactly say that was what is happening here because the Windows compiler is actually closed source, so I couldn't inspect the code behind it, the source code behind it. But it was probably what's happening because we have seen it happen in the past before. So what happened was, recall the earlier slide where I said you had 12,000 lines of C code, and now you have 200 smaller functions, and each function is only 200 lines. What happened was that we probably think the inlining actually got reset with the tail calling version. So the tail calling version now has smaller functions, right? And the smaller functions now encourage the compiler to inline. And I actually pull out the assembly, like I pulled out the machine code from the interpreters and compared them, and this was indeed the case that was happening. So we think that's probably what happened. And so now the news is that Python 3.15 on Windows should be faster on some builds. For now, you have to build from scratch yourself, but we have people like UV who are considering building it by default. Otherwise, we have to wait until Python 3.16 because even though we want good performance, we don't want to break everyone's Python code in the world. So we want to test it properly first before we release it. But you might also ask, where can I get my hands on this new interpreter? Like, I want it now. And the thing is, you actually already have it if you use UV, Python from UV. So UV actually ships this with every platform except Windows on Python 3.14. So if you do like UV Python blah blah blah, you're using the new tail calling interpreter, and hopefully your code didn't crash catastrophically. Otherwise, you can send me an email after this. But that's the gist of it. We upgraded the interpreter and we didn't break the entire world's code. The official Python download page should be shipping this for macOS in 3.15. Hopefully, we can get other platforms up to speed as well, but we need to see how it goes. And there are actually some side benefits as well. So I'm about to wrap up here. But the thing is, we actually now support an alternate compiler on Windows as well. So Windows now has more than one compiler support, but this isn't official, obviously, because officially we only support the Windows compiler, not the alternative compiler. But this is a good thing because now we can test, like, is our code compliant with multiple compilers? Is it like, can we use tools from other compilers to test the Windows code? Because there are tools something called sanitizers, and sanitizers are basically just like testing with like testing ++ to the max. So you basically say, I'm going to insert some debugging code into the Python binary, and it will say, okay, can I detect even more bugs from there? And it's actually good to test things with sanitizers in C code because you can't trust C code all the time. We also actually partially refactored the interpreter to make it cleaner as well during the process. There's some improvements to the C compilers as well. So it wasn't just a Python, a positive effect for Python. We actually had a positive effect on the C community as well. So we actually caught multiple bugs in basically the two most popular C compilers, C and C++ compilers, which affected multiple projects. And we worked with them to fix the bugs or resolve them. So the C community hopefully benefited as well. We have a more resilient interpreter. So it's slightly faster, but the most important thing is more bug resilient, assuming things go well. The reason is that the tail call optimization has been around forever. Like this optimization where you optimize something to a tail call is actually, has been around for maybe like 20, 30, 40 years. So existing compilers can just use the old optimization they had and just plug it in. Whereas the go-to interpreter that you saw is actually using a special extension that is not C compliant. Of course, this isn't C compliant either, but it's again not relying on a special extension to the language. It's relying on some optimizations that have been around forever. So it's a more resilient interpreter overall. And another cool thing is that actually the interpreter is more debuggable as well. So we can actually see into how much time is spent in each operation. And this actually helps inform us for future optimization work that we've been doing, because we can say, okay, this optimization, this instruction takes a lot of time. We should actually look at it and optimize it and spend more time thinking about it. This isn't implemented yet, but we've been talking about it for a while. Is that you can actually get the JIT to perform better as well. So the JIT compiler is a new performance initiative in recent versions of Python. And the key idea is that the JIT compiles to machine code your Python programs. But the thing is, the interpreter doesn't run machine code. It runs interpreter code, right? So you actually have to go for this something called calling convention shim, which basically just means that, something to in between the two of them to translate the calling conventions, to change the way they call each other. So when they call to each other and call back to the interpreter, you need these calling convention shims as well. But the thing is, if both the interpreter and the JIT machine code use the same calling convention, that means they use the call functions the same way, which is what is going to happen with the tail calling interpreter, then we don't need a shim at all. And it actually saves a lot of overhead when entering and exiting JIT code. And just some notes for accuracy. Again, the performance results are for Clang, so this is a specific type of C compiler. I have not benchmarked other C compilers, but at the time of testing, it seems that there might be another bug in the C compiler that implemented it as a new feature. So we are trying to work it out. And a toy benchmark written on a toy interpreter, on the alternative compiler, it actually outperforms the go-to interpreter. But again, this is a toy interpreter, so we can't say, okay, this probably works for Python as well. We need to test it carefully. So I like to usually thank people when I do something, because you can't. It's quite hard to say that it's like a solo developer doing everything. It is a community after all. So a lot of people help me in implementing this interpreter, like either through like advice, benchmarking, or technical review or help. So I mean, one of them is actually spoke on the previous. I think he was the keynote speaker for the previous Python Asia event, like Joongi. So yeah, it's a small world in Python. And the key takeaways from everything here is that measuring performance is hard. Sometimes we don't trust the compiler. but also you should actually trust the compiler because it probably can do pretty smart things. And that's basically it for the talk. You can email me anything here about Python or jig compilation or interpreter optimization or how I'm making Python faster. I'm pretty interested to talk about this. If you want to talk about other stuff, you can email as well, but I can't promise that I am going to give you any expert replies or any good replies on that. But yeah, I check all my emails that get sent in. So yeah, thanks again for hosting me for the Python Asia charity event. I had a lot of fun presenting this talk. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken, for the excellent presentation of your interpreters. I think it's really exciting to see how the Python performance continue to evolve with the contributions like yours. I'm sure that everyone here has learned a lot, and actually benefit a lot from your work, I think. So I guess I think now is time for, we still have another maybe good 40 minutes, 15 minutes. So I think let's open the floor for questions from audience. It's time for you to chat your question, put a question on the chat windows, other than you guys discuss about metrics. Any questions on the floor, in the room?
Rio, if you scroll back a bit, there's at least 2 questions.
Okay, sorry.
Right.
Which slide do
Let
you
me take it
want to look at?
maybe is the Jonas, is it that you had one question? Some of the question is mixed with many comments, but I can pick. Is it Jonas? Is that you mentioned about does telco interpreter need a new view API tag? So let me just post here. How can I just maybe this is the one
Okay,
of the
sorry.
question for
So
Jonas.
I need to go back to the. Okay, let me go
I just
back to
post.
the.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just stop sharing my screen for now.
Yep.
And then. Oh wait, I think it stopped already, right?
I think I still see your screen sharing. Okay.
Oh, okay. Let me stop it. Okay. Thank you.
So one
Okay.
question is does a telco interpreter? This is from Jonas.
View ABI tags. Okay, that's a great question. So I'll just give some background on what ABI is. So when you compile Python, you notice that every version of Python sometimes comes with different executables. Like for example, when you install PyTorch, you need a PyTorch for version 3.10, 3.11, 3.12, 3.13. The main reason for that is not actually PyTorch's fault. It's sometimes it's CPython's fault, so it's our fault. And the reason why is that Python changes the way we allow external libraries to call into the C interpreter in different versions. We tried to fix this with something called a stable ABI. So the ABI is basically means the application binary interface, and basically it's like a standard format that says, okay, if you standardize a certain format, can everyone just use like one format, and then we don't have to keep switching build different versions of our package for different versions of Python. So for example, in an ideal world, from Python 3.13 to 3.15, we don't need any new builds of PyTorch at all. You can just pip install PyTorch and we use the exact same PyTorch for all 3 versions of Python. But obviously that's quite far out for now. But okay, just to answer the question now that I set the stage. No, this does not need a new ABI tag. And the reason for that is that we only use the custom calling convention within the interpreter itself. So we use it within the internal parts of the interpreter, not the public-facing parts. If we use it in the public-facing parts that affect extensions, then yes, we will need that. But that would probably be a pretty big, serious change, because the only time we change ABI in Python is if we have to, or for example, in the free threading case, also known as no-GIL, we actually had to change the ABI tags in Python. Yeah, no more views. Yeah. Hopefully, but so we don't need new view ABI tags, thankfully.
And also there's a question from Audrey as well. Does the MSVC team work with you to find that, or does anyone else from C compiler developers as well?
Okay, so I mean, I had some external. Okay, so clearly I don't work at Microsoft, but I I do want to actually thank them for this tremendous support and help that they provided to implement this in the first place. So I can't say too much about the collaboration and everything. I mean, I'm not under NDA, I don't work for them, but like just our respect for them. But they are pretty responsive, and they do like, you know, like I think, if I'm not wrong, that this feature was primarily motivated for like, you know, building faster interpreters. If I'm not wrong, this is speculation on my part. So they're pretty responsive and they are pretty good people. So I like working with them. But yeah, when I find weird behavior, thankfully I was looking for weird behavior for pretty long. So I don't think there's any more weird behavior anymore. But yes, I did report to them one or two when I did find them. Yeah, but for other C compiler devs, yes, I've reported to the GCC people before, and they actually changed the semantics of their attribute because this was in early GCC alpha. So they found that the semantics didn't match the other compilers, and we actually feedback to them and we say, hey, we can't build a Python interpreter with your C compiler. Can you please look into this? And they actually changed it to be matching the other compiler called Clang, or a bit more similar to it. So the work has a lot of ripple effects throughout the entire technical community, where we're affecting multiple ecosystems. And I mean, if you actually search on the Clang forums, there's actually there's even a proposal and to collect feedback and experience on making tail calls a syntactic feature in C++. So that actually means, you know, you can write like a special syntax in C++, and that's part of the language now, not a compiler extension. And then they would support it in newer versions of C++. And if you look in the forum chat, the Python interpreter was actually the main reason, like the main experience report, other than the protobuf interpreter. That's the Google message passing format. So the Python interpreter that this work influenced is actually one of the experience that people look at as well. So it might be that this affects a standard C++ feature in the future as well. But again, the C++ feature is in draft, so I don't know. But yeah, so I think it's pretty cool that, you know, the community is so interlinked, and we have so many people working together across the whole technical field, trying to make, you know, programming or tech better for everyone. I really like that. Sorry, I just saw a question there. Can we ask for the link on the slides?
Yeah, I think we can share that link afterwards.
Yeah, I'll share the slides.
Yeah, and also not necessarily the question, but maybe just pick this up. I think when you mentioned about the bug in C, I think the Sony mentioned is it probably hard-coded value in a compiler. I think that's maybe. Did you figure it out?
Oh, okay. Sorry, which bug are you referring to? There's not so many bugs there. I lost track.
I think that when you hit some performance overhead, and then you are looking into Python side, but I think you found that actually there was a bug in the C side. I think that was.
Oh yes. Okay. So So I'm gonna assume that you meant it's the main bug in that caused the inaccurate measurements initially. Then we corrected them later. So that's what I assume. The thing is that, so we don't know if it's a magic threshold. We think it might be, because if you pass another magic threshold to the compiler, like a magic number, it fixes it. And the magic threshold is called tail duplication. So this is another compiler feature. Basically, the idea is that, let's say you have a control flow that like an if-else, and the if-else joins back together at the end. And if the if-else joins back together at the end, sometimes that's good for a compiler, but sometimes that's also bad. And the reason is that if, for example, if you have one side that has a different type or different effect, like you do different things in each branch, then joining them back together makes the compiler lose information. Like, this is a really high level overview, without going into the technical details. So compilers can do something called tail duplication, where they duplicate the last block in the merged block. So instead of pointing inwards to the block, they split it apart into two blocks and then point them to the end. And the tail duplication optimizes things a bit. Well, so why am I talking about all this? Well, the bug was actually in the tail duplicator in LVM, so in Clang. The bug specifically was the tail duplicator was either not running, okay, I don't recall exactly right now, but it was either running and not duplicating enough or hitting a threshold and deciding not to duplicate. I think it's a second. So sorry, don't like destroy me after this, please. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, but I think it's the second one. So yeah, we basically hit a magic threshold, like an actual magic threshold in the compiler, and it just decided to not optimize the function that we intended, like in the way we intended. Yeah, here be dragons.
Right.
Yes, that's a pretty good analogy.
Right. I think that's the question so far I can see it on the chat. Is anyone else got a question on the floor? Still got a few more minutes. Maybe while we're just waiting, maybe we just ask you, Ken, as like just taking my liberty being a MC as well. So you hit so many walls, right? Then you know, but what keeps you driving to work on the performance, like to resolve perform bottlenecks? Was there any particular use case that so that they make you keep going?
Okay, the use case.
Oh, I don't know. What keep you trying
Yeah,
after you hit
that's a
so
good.
many walls? Yeah.
Okay, that's a good question. So basically, at the start of my development journey, I thought, okay, maybe if I contribute to Python, like, okay, I like doing things that have positive impacts on other people. So in that case, I thought if I contribute to Python, maybe I can, positively impact other people and other communities, other like the tech scene, maybe. So when I started, like this was 4 years ago, that was one of my intentions. I obviously had other intentions. Like that time it was during COVID and I was bored as well at home. But what keeps me going is that, well, I think at this point I just like seeing the number go up. So like I like seeing like if like, oh, we get 10% faster or 20% faster, like I just get a sense of satisfaction from that. I see that, oh yeah, nice. And I know that maybe somewhere out there, like in 5 years' time, yeah, bigger number equals yay, indeed. So I know that everyone takes like 5 years to upgrade their Python version, but like maybe in 5 years' time, like people actually enjoy a faster Python. And people eventually slowly stop complaining that Python is so slow, like in the future, in the far, far future, maybe like 5 years from now or 10 years from now.
Right. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
I guess if no other question, I mean, just I think it's good to wrap up your contribution during the COVID time while we're just still watching Netflix in a room. I think you did something positive, good for Python. It just make me feel
Thank you.
bad about that, Ken. But anyway, thank you so much for your great talks. I think that we still have you later for the break session. Is that right, Ken? You can still
Yep.
stay up. Thank you for that. You have a long day. And then I think we can just have a quick, I think the information, I think that Terada-san, I think we can have the end the session with Ken, and then we can have a quick admin one. So we are calling for the lightning talk. So that will be almost the end of this talk. So that will be around a schedule of 5:30 Hong Kong, Singapore time, or 6:30 Japan time. There'll be I think we are looking for the LT speakers. So we got some usual setup for the lightning talks as such you can see on the screen. And yeah, you can scan the QR code on the screens with your phone now. Is that thing the chance to have your time to just make some announcement, any talks at to the fellow Python developers? Okay, I think that should be enough. All right, everyone scan the QR code. All right. Maybe I also just put the QR code. Oh, I think Terada-san did that already. Thank you so much. All right. I think let's just move on to the next talk. Thank you, Ken. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right. Okay. So now Okay, so next speaker. So before we continue with today's, I think it's Teresa-san, you can maybe stop sharing that now. I just wanted to make a moment to recognize one of the reasons why this event is possible. We got some generous support of the Python Python ED that we're able to keep this moving alive and thriving. So the next speakers, we got Yoshimasa-san joining from Japan.
Yes.
All right, so you got next that good 15 minutes or so for you. All right, thanks so much. You might, if you have some slides and you can
Yes,
overtake the screen share. Yeah, thank you.
Can I say start a presentation?
Yep. Yeah, I can see myself now. Yep, it's up now.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Yes, my name is Tadashi Yoshimasa from Japan. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Paul. And I'm very glad to join this meeting. Today, I talk about the Python market and Python examination in Japan. First of all, self-introduction. Who am I? And I'm a chair and CEO of Python Engineer Development Association. This association runs the Python examination in Japan. And I have the other job, and I'm a CEO of Prime Strategy. This is listed company, Tokyo Stock Market. And this company belongs to GMO Internet Group. This GMO also listed company, and they have the many employees and number one internet company in Japan. And the Prime Strategy developed a virtual machine, Kusanagi, which make the WordPress faster, 260x. And one more product, Kusanagi Premium Edition is faster for web server by Django, PHP, Node.js, and runs Ruby on Rails. And the next personal activities. I'm a member of Japanese Red Cross Society. I received a medal from the Japanese Red Cross Society, and my hobby is fishing and cycling and matcha. Matcha is Japanese traditional green tea. And I have my book. And next, Python Engineer Development Association runs Python examination in Japan, I said before. And interaction of my members. Terada-san, Takanori-san, Tsuji-san, Sato-san, and me. And we have 5 examinations in Japan. The first one is Python Zen examination. And the second one and the third one is Python examination, basic level and high level examination. And the fourth one is, and the fifth one is data analysis examination, basic and high level examination. All exams are available all years round in Japan. And we have 350 centers of examination. These exams are approved by Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industry and the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare in Japan. And last year, I joined the American Association of State Governments meeting. And American Association of State Governments want to know Japanese Python market and Python examination. So I explained it. This is this meeting. And I selected top 11 business leaders for human resource development. Yes, and we are giving away 7,000 books for 10 years in order to expand the Python market in Japan. And we have the 24 seminars for 2025. About 3,500 people join our seminars. Python is very popular in Japan. And our booth of PyCon JP 2025, we joined the PyCon JP for 10 years. And this is our booth. It's very popular. And the next, the Python Japanese market, language market research result 2025. Python has won the both popularity and frequency of the use of the second consecutive year, 2025 by Nikkei BP. Nikkei BP is very popular media in Japan. The reason is the Python is centrally used in AI, machine learning, big data, data analytics, network automation, and the web. So Python is #1 language in Japan. And the next, average annual income 2025. Python has #1 programming language for average annual income 2025 by Nikkei BP 20. Yes, the reason is the same. And recommended language for beginners, Python is #1, and programming language for the futures, Python also #1. And for the student, Python is #1. So what I want to say is Python is very popular language in Japan also. Thank you. See you the next time. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yoshimasa-san. Yeah, I can see lots of clapping. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so I think it's a little bit kind of ahead of schedule, but I think we can start a break session, and then I think Ken, I'm afraid you're gonna want to go back to bed now. So can we have the break session? Yeah, Ken. Are you still allowed to? Can you unmute yourself? Or do you need it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see you unmuted. Yeah, great. Okay. Then I'm not sure if Audrey's if you saw my chat is all right, okay. I think that Terada-san asked you in the last minute, but thank you for accepting to join this break session. So all right. I mean, I'm not sure there's how much you know about this break session. Is this is a kind of break time, as the name suggests, so we can before we can have the another number talk 3 by another speaker starting, like, so we can have more casual chat. I think maybe let me start off like there's one of the things. So we got a chat with Ken. So I just wanted to ask you, Audrey. Actually, actually, I was surprised to see your name as well, because I read your book in the past.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, I think many of us, I think in the room, I agree that I think many of us have read. Then I always thought that the book was written by someone somewhere so far away in the States. I got just the kind of vision. So I never thought that there was someone in Asia as well. So it's great to know that, Audrey.
I've been so inspired watching the talks today. I mean, I want to I want to optimize everything now. Like, it's so cool.
All right, yeah. I think that's one of the things. That's what is I wanted to ask Ken earlier about, like, so, I mean, I don't know if I can keep going with you if you hit so many walls, you know. You know, so this is great to see this. Then what you did a kind of side project when you are in a room is COVID-19.
Okay, so
Right?
contributing to Python was my side project in 2021. Like, that was the end of COVID. Like, Singapore, lifted restrictions and everything around 2021,
Yeah.
2022. So yeah, that was my my side project was contributing to Python at the point of time.
I see. So I mean, sort of now I think so, Ken, you're in the UK, so you know somewhat in the UK, and Audrey, you have some relationship with something is what's happening outside of Philippines too, right? So just wanted to ask, like, so what is it like? Is outside of, I mean, what's unique in where you are from, like Philippines or Singapore, compared the communities compared to other regions or locations that you see?
Yeah, so Danny and I moved to Manila last year in April, and before that we were in London for a couple years and in the US and LA before that. And what's been amazing here in Manila has been just like the community. I mean, I don't know, like Michaela and
What?
Matt have who are kind of the I don't know what to call them, like the just the power nurturers of this community have just made this like it's so fun. Like, everyone is so kind and like excited and like supportive of each other, and it just has kind of this like family slash like mentorship vibe, which has been really fun.
I see. How about you, Ken? What's the difference between, I don't know, are you also seeing anyone from the UK communities as well, from Python world?
I mean, so I've been in the
When you
UK
were,
for a few
yeah.
months. Yeah, and well, there are quite a few like Python contributors here as well. So like one of my collaborators, Mark Shannon, he's based in the UK as well. And I mean, the thing about Singapore is that I feel like, well, I mean, Singapore people have some complaints about like the hot weather and everything, and like
Which is
yeah.
true, no?
Yeah, it's
Which
true,
is
it's
true
true.
to
Yeah, it's true. The
Philippines,
hot
to
weather,
Singapore.
yes.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
have complaints on
more,
the hot
yes.
weather, but I think I was happy. The thing I like most about Singapore was like my undergrad days. So like I mean so 2020 I entered my undergrad in 2022, and I mean I just finished it last year. But I was given a lot of opportunity to explore my own interests. So of course I still had to take classes and everything, but I was really happy to have like mentors or professors or anything, like just people in school who were also willing to give me the freedom and help navigate the bureaucracy in the school system to let me work on Python. Like, I mean, the tail calling interpreter thing is actually my part of my bachelor's thesis. Like, it's yeah, so it's I'm really happy that I got to work on Python and explore what I wanted to do in university. So I'm grateful for that. Yeah.
So I mean, Ken, I'm much older than you are then. So I don't know how young did you start Python in Singapore?
I mean, just before I entered university.
Which is like 4 years, 5 years back, is it?
Yeah, but the thing is, the Singapore has a military service thing, remember?
Yes, yeah.
So I'm a bit older than you. I look.
Over there.
Yes.
Okay. But literally I'm much older than you are. So yeah, because when I first time I read the books, for example, what Audrey and the Daniel wrote, like Two Scoops of Django. So I'm from non-tech background, and someone to me is the way to get into Python is the first start off maybe the way you show on a Ken your talk, right, in a kind of script. But I don't know what to do from there. Okay, I know how to type, but I don't know where to go next after that. But the Two Scoops of Django, I think that book was great because when I don't know anyone else who does Python, especially like someone doesn't know anyone else around me in Singapore back then, like what, 50. The book was first one is maybe good 15 years, 10 years or so, right, Audrey?
It was
If I'm not wrong.
2013 was the first
20,
one, and
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I guess so too.
like
Yeah.
it was like when we wrote that, it was like it was really hard to use Django professionally or like for real projects if you didn't have an inside connection, like someone like a hookup to get like all the little tricks and code examples from like people who really know how to do it. And so like it was a bit controversial at the time that we were like
Oh, is it?
sharing all the secrets publicly.
Oh, because
But
all the
like
tips and things.
yes, but
Templating,
it
yes.
hmm and but it's been like it's always good when more people can learn, and it's just empowering for people. So yeah.
It did help good to someone like me who doesn't know anyone else who does Django around me back then. So that was first time I started meeting like Terada-san or Ikubaru-san back in
Aw.
Japan. I didn't know anyone else, so I decided to join these communities. But before that, I don't know anyone else to ask. So yeah, all the professional like
Yeah.
practical tips or maybe practical tips and things that I can learn from Django about Django, I think it's all coming from your book. So so
Aw.
it's great to see you. Right. That's fun.
Well,
All right. So I don't know if anyone has any question wanted to ask any casual question as well. So please just post in here while we're chatting. Age is just a number. Yes, it's I agree. But a number always increments every year, so that's really when do we get a third scoop? Yeah. It was coming from the ice cream. Is it that's I remember. It's a scenario, right? Two scoops of
Yeah,
Django, the two scoops. Yeah.
yeah,
H
ice
plus
cream.
plus. Oh man,
We
yes, H
we
plus plus.
are yeah, we were working on Two Scoops of Django 6, and then Danny had a concussion 2 weeks ago, and
Oh,
like
yeah.
Ooh,
he hit his head really, really hard. Um, he's recovering slowly, not fast enough to really like, you know, get back to his computer and be able to read that much and code that much, but you know,
I
so
hope he's a
that's
speedy recovery
yeah,
then. Wow, 2 weeks.
thank
Okay.
you.
Right.
Yeah, I hope it feels
Yes,
better like
Right.
soon.
thank you.
Is he with you now
Yes.
in the Philippines, or is he back in the
Yes,
States?
yes.
Philippines. All
He
right.
is in the other room watching our
Okay. Watching
7-year-old
this?
girl. Oh, he's watching our daughter. He will, yeah, he gets like these really bad headaches when he starts to think about code too deeply, like he gets too excited. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. I can see it now. Let me just see other chats too. Chin, chin. I'm still waiting for next version of Two Scoops of Django too. Won Han asking for next version. Any plan for next version?
So hopefully if Danny heals up soon, then maybe we'll be able to finish it. We had our pre-alpha review copy out to Adam Johnson who did a fantastic job reviewing it, and it's just a lot to get over the finish line while I'm uh taking care of Danny and Uma right now. But
Okay,
hopefully in a few months.
great. Yeah, many people said was nice for that. Okay, many people wishing a speedy recovery as well. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think it's if no other questions, if no other burning question. No. Okay, won't ask that because there's some Django books in Korea. I read. Oh, you see, no? So many fans in across everywhere, really everywhere.
Well, thank you.
This is
That
a high.
inspires me to try
Yes.
to work on it and see what I
Yeah.
can do.
So when Ken was, how old were you back then? When did you publish the book? So, yeah. So I think we all waiting for next version. Yeah. Ken, have you read that book, Two Scoops?
Uh,
Have you
okay,
seen that?
unfortunately, Django was really hard for me, and I was like, I can't learn all of this to do like web development, and then I gave up web development a long time ago. So yeah,
All right. I think the fun books to start with. I think I would say it. They're fun book. I think fun book to read. Um, all right. Wait. Is that a common question gonna be about age? All right. Shock Pikachu face. All right. All right. I think if no other burning questions, I think we can wrap up the break session a bit earlier, so we can have a proper break. And Ken, you can go back to your bed. And thank you very much for staying all night to make this session. Thanks so much for your time. And
yeah,
Audrey's
no
session
worries.
is another keynote speakers and later scheduled later of today's talk. All right, so we'll meet Audrey later, and Ken, have a good sleep. Thank you so much for joining from UK today. Thank you, both
Thank
of
All
you.
right,
you.
Thank you. All right, so
thank
we'll
you.
be back at all right, thank you. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Audrey. So just announcement. So this is now gonna be a proper break, and then we're gonna resume at my time. So my time is now 2:09, and we'll resume in now 5 minutes, so 2:15. Right? Okay. I'll go myself on mute, please. Again. Bye. Speaking a bit.
All right. I hope we all had oh, hey, Danny. All right. I hope we all had a great break and you all got to stretch a little bit. It's time for our next speaker, and we will have Tomoko-san, who's a Python engineer at BeProud, talk to us about voice-controlled toy cars. This should be very exciting. Tomoko-san, when you are ready, please start.
よいしょ。Is よいしょ。Can you see my screen?
Yes.
では始めます。Hello everyone. Thank you for joining today. Today, I'd like to talk about how I built a voice-controlled toy car using generative AI, Gradio, and Raspberry Pi Pico. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Tomoko Furuki. I live in Japan. My X account is CommonFR. I work at BeProud Inc. We mainly use Python for development. We build web systems for clients and our own products. I usually work on system development and data science projects. Today, I will talk about my hobby project called LLM Pico Car. It is a toy car powered by generative AI. You can control it with voice and images. I will talk about the libraries and technologies I used. I will also share some ideas and points I focused on while making it. I hope this talk gives you some ideas for combining generative AI and IoT. Here is the outline. First, I will talk about what I made. Then, I will explain how I made it step by step. After that, I will show the results. I will also talk about some application examples. First, what did I make? I made a toy car called LLM Pico Car. You can control it with voice and images. This hobby project started from a simple idea. It would be cute if a small car could follow voice commands like a pet. For example, if you say, go straight and turn right, the car moves forward and then turns right. If you say, dance, the car lights up its LEDs and moves like it is dancing. In the past, building a mechanism like this was difficult, but with generative AI, I thought it would be easier to turn natural language into structured data. For example, I gave generative AI a prompt like this: convert natural language instructions into a list of dictionary commands. Then the text "go straight and turn right" is converted into structured data that a program can use. Now, I will show a video. In this video, there are two examples. First, I say go straight and move a little to the right. Then I say dance.
まっすぐ行って右にちょっと進んで。
I say go straight and turn right.
踊ってみて。
Next, I say dance. Next, how did I make it? For the car body, I used a ready-made kit. It is a car kit for the Raspberry Pi Pico from Kitoronic. It was 2 wheels, 4 LEDs, and bezel. There were two main reasons why I chose this kit. First, I don't have much experience with electronics, so I wanted to use a ready-made kit. Second, lithium-ion batteries seemed difficult to manage, so I wanted to use regular batteries. But a full Raspberry Pi usually needs more power, so I choose a Pico, not a full Raspberry Pi. That's why I chose this kit. It works with a Raspberry Pi Pico and runs on regular batteries. By the way, there are many Pico models. This kit requires header pins, and I also needed Wi-Fi, so I use Pico WH. The overall architecture looks like this. First, step 1, the user inputs a voice command via a web application on a smartphone. Next, step 2, a server running on a Mac transcribes the voice input. Then, it converts the text into structured commands using generative AI. These commands are then sent to the Pico Car. This is step 3. The Pico Car runs a lightweight server. When it receives a command, it controls the motors or lights up the LEDs. I choose this architecture for two main reasons. First, the Pico Car alone is not powerful enough. It is difficult to handle speech recognition and generative AI processing. So I decided to handle these heavy tasks on a web server running on my Mac. The Pico Car focuses only on controlling the motors and LEDs. Second, talking directly to my PC does not feel like talking to the Pico Car. It loses a pet-like feeling. So I choose a web-based UI. It can be used on a smartphone. As a result, it feels more like giving instructions over radio. Next, I will explain each step in more detail. First, step 1, input voice via a web application. I used Gradio to build the voice input part. Gradio is a web application framework. It makes it easy to build demo applications for machine learning. It provides built-in components for voice input and image input. Because of this, I was able to build the UI without deep front-end knowledge. I created a UI like this. It includes a voice input area, a submit button, and a reset button. It also shows the transcription results and the generated commands. The code looks like this. You create a blocks object. Inside it, you define the UI components and event handlers. First, let's look at the UI layout. Gradio has an audio component for voice input, so I create an instance of it. This makes it easy to add microphone-based voice input to the UI. Next, I press the Submit and Reset button. I also add text boxes and a JSON area to show the results. Next, I will define the event handling. Here, I will focus on what happens when the Submit button is clicked. When the Submit button is clicked, the voice input is sent to the server. After the server finishes processing, the result is displayed in text boxes and a JSON view. A button click event is defined using the click method. The first argument is a click handler. Inside this function, speech recognition and LLM processing run. It also sends commands to the car. The input argument specifies which component is used as input. In this case, it is audio underscore input. The output argument specifies result components. After defining the UI, I call the launch method to start the server. Speech recognition and generative AI processing can take some time. When we wait until all processing finishes, it feels very slow. So I decided to return results incrementally step by step. For example, once transcription is complete, the result is shown immediately. Then, when generative AI processing finishes, the display is updated again. Finally, when the Pico Car finishes processing, the final result is returned. Gradio makes it easy to build this kind of UI. You just use yield inside the event handler. With each yield, I return the transcribed text, the generated commands, and the current status. Each time yield is called, the output components are updated. Next is step 2. In this step, the voice is transcribed, then converted into structured actions using generative AI. This processing is handled by the Gradio server running on my Mac. First, let me explain the transcription step. At the beginning, I thought about sending the audio directly to the generative AI. But I was worried about the API costs, so I decided to do the transcription locally. For local transcription, I use the Faster Whisper library. Transcription can be done with just a few lines of code. You just create a Whisper model instance and call the transcribe method. Next is text-to-structured actions. For this, I use LangChain. LangChain is a Python framework for building LLM-based applications. With LangChain, I call the OpenAI API. It converts natural language instructions into structured actions for the Pico Car. The code looks like this. First, I build a prompt template using chat prompt template. Next, I initialize the model with the init chat model function. Then, I connect the prompt and the model. Finally, I call invoke method to generate structured actions. In the prompt, I ask the model to convert the instruction text. I also tell it the output format with examples, so it outputs a JSON array of action commands for the Pico Car. The key point here is this rule. If the input is not an instruction, for example, good morning or idiot, the model should convert it into a command array that expresses the car's emotion in response. This makes the car behave like a small animal even with unclear input. For example, if someone says, "You are so cute," the car lights up in pink to show joy. On the other hand, if someone says a bad word like idiot, it lights up in blue and moves backward to show sadness. To be clear, I did not set rules like sad means blue in the prompt. I only asked the model to convert words into actions that express emotion. Even so, the model chooses a natural color on its own. As a result, this leads to richer expressions. When the generative AI learns, it outputs structured data like this. Each action is represented as a JSON. The action key defines the motor movement. The LED keys defines the LED color. In this example, the first command tells car to move forward 20 centimeters, and the second command tells it to turn right by 19 degrees. In both commands, the LED color is set to green. The model outputs only color names like green or pink. I add the RGB values later in Python using standard CSS rules. Finally, step 3. In this step, the Pico Car receives the structured actions created in step 2. Then, it executes the commands. The Raspberry Pi Pico does not run standard CPython, so MicroPython is used instead. For the Web API server, I use the Microdot framework. Microdot is a lightweight web framework inspired by Flask. In this project, setup is very simple. You just place the micro.py file on the Pico. This is a micro.server code. First, I create an instance of my custom class for the Pico Car. Next, I create a micro.app instance. Next, I define an API. It uses a Flask-like syntax. This API receives commands and executes them. When a command is received, the car plays a sound. This makes it easy to check that it's working correctly. After defining the API, calling app.run starts the server. After that, the commands are executed on one by one in a for loop. The motors and LEDs are controlled using the Pico Car Kit library. This library lets you control the left and right wheels directly. This makes movements like forward or turning very simple. Even with the same commands, the car may move differently. This is because the surface can change, for example, a hard floor or carpet. So I made a setting panel in Gradio to adjust the motor speed. Now, let's watch the demo. Here, the Pico Car reacts when I say, "You are so cute."
あなたかわいいわね。
I speak into the web application. The audio is saved, it is transcribed, and the AI created commands. The Pico Car receives them and starts moving. You can't see the transcription and the commands on the screen. By using generative AI, I was able to create a toy that reacts to many different words. The key point is that each technology used here is very, very simple. Each part is built with tutorial-level code from each library. But when these simple technologies are combined, they can create something interesting. I think the combination of generative AI and Raspberry Pi Pico can still be used in many ways. For example, we can add more actions to the Pico Car. By adding more LED patterns, it can show more kinds of reactions. Another interesting idea is customizing the Pico Car's personality. This time, when I said a bad word, idiot, the car lit up in blue and expressed sadness. But if I specify in the prompt an angry personality, the car could light up in red instead. Next, I will show an example using an image as input. Gradio also provides a component for image input. With the image editor component, you can draw a route directly on a canvas. I use this component to add a feature to control the Pico Car with image input. The process is simple. In the prompt, I give the following instruction. The image shows a draw route. S marks the start, and G marks the goal. Convert this image into a JSON array of motion commands for the Pico Car. I send the prompt and image to the generative AI. The route is converted into commands. Now, let's watch some demo. First, I draw a route by hand. I write S for start and G for goal. When I click submit, the generative AI converts the image into commands. Now, let's see the car move. Good, it turned right. Next, I will try a more complex route. One, two, three. I wanted one more turn, but it stopped early. For complex route, it sometimes makes mistakes. Next, I will show another application using a microbit. This time, I used a car kit for the Raspberry Pi Pico. By changing the kit, you can control other cars or robots. With a microbit, you can use a wider range of kits. Let's watch the demo of a microbit robot kit.
まっすぐ行って右にちょっと
Go
進んで
straight and move a little to the right. For the microbit, the architecture is a bit different. By default, the microbit does not have Wi-Fi, so it is hard to run a web API server on the microbit. However, there is another way. A Mac and a microbit can exchange data with a wired connection. And one microbit can communicate with another wirelessly. So I connect one microbit to the Mac via USB and send data wirelessly to the microbit on the robot. As a result, the Mac can talk to the robot indirectly. In this way, by changing what you control, you can try many different ideas. In summary, I showed how to create a toy car that moves using voice and images with generative AI. With LLMs, Tasks that were difficult before are now much easier. With Gradio, handling voice and image input becomes simple. With LangChain, it's easy to integrate generative AI into applications. The combination of generative AI and Raspberry Pi Pico has many possibilities. If you are interested, you can try your own ideas. That's all for my presentation. I hope this talk gave you some new ideas. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Tomoko-san. This was so cool and interesting, and the little car is just super cute. There were a few questions. One of them that I also thought was interesting is when you tell it to go forward a little bit, the command generates like 20 centimeters. Like, why does it pick 20 centimeters and not like 20 meters? Do you tell it to do that, or is that your code, or?
Sorry, could you someone translate that into
Sure.
Japanese? Sorry.
ちょっと進んでくださいというコマンドがあって、なんか20センチメーターのコマンドが出てるんだけど、なんかその20センチが、ともこさんが書いたことなんでしょうか、それともなんかその AI が選んでるとか、なんかその20メートルにならないのはどうやってすみますか？
20センチメートルは AI が勝手に20センチメートルと判断しています。
So apparently it's the AI that chooses that 20 centimeters means a little bit. And let's hope the AI doesn't suddenly decide that it should go very, very far. Cool. I also actually have a question is, how long did it take you to go from like the start to having the car listen to your commands? なんかそのプロジェクトは大体どのくらいの時間かかりました？
ひな形最初のプロトタイプは1週間程度でした。なぜかというと、PyCon JP の締め切りの1週間前に思いついたので、頑張って作りました。で、応募した後に爪の画面とかをブラッシュアップしていきました。
So apparently it took her about 1 week to get from the start to having something that works because the PyCon JP proposal deadline was coming up, and so she had to rush, and then she spent some time to brush up or like improve the UI and things like that.
Thank you.
Are there other questions in chat? ちょっと待ってて。Yeah, I think that's all the questions we have for now. So once again, thank you so much, Tomoko-san, for this really cool and inspiring presentation. And also, by the way, for people who don't know, and this is also maybe a little bit of an advertisement, I guess, the company Tomoko-san works for, BeProud, actually just became a gold sponsor of the Python Asia organization. So this is a call to action for everybody who works at a company. Maybe suggest to your company that they should also sponsor the Python Asia organization. All right. So yes, I think we're also good on time that we can smoothly move on to our next speaker. Yeah. So next up is Sony. Sony, who jumped in at the last minute to fill up our schedule when we had that unfortunate cancellation. So Sonny, if you're ready, you can start sharing your screen.
All right, trying to. Do you see my?
Yes.
All right. Let's click on the play button. Play button. All right, then I start now.
Yes, please.
All right, so hello everyone. I am Dr. Sony Valdez, a lifelong programmer who loves to teach. Today we are going back in time, and we're going to talk about the state of computer science in a small town in the Philippines. And this was before 2011. So, well, a long time ago. And I'm going to talk on how Python was spread to be taught at schools there. An origin story. So, 2009, I was working at Baguio, shown on the map. And our web shop is actually using PHP. So if you're familiar with the LAMP, this is what we do. But technically, I'm the one who uses Linux. Everybody else was using Windows, so it was SWAMP. And I am frustrated. So years ago, there was no easy way to host Python website, and I am very frustrated. But not because we are working with PHP. No, no, no. It's because I was frustrated at our interns. The interns we were getting from a nearby university, they were unqualified, unfortunately. Basic object-oriented programming? No, no, no. They don't actually even know that. I was frustrated because I spent more time teaching them our OOP words instead of me working on my stuff. They told me that in their 1 week of internship at our shop, our web shop, they learn more than over at the school. Now, I know some teachers in our area, so I went to them and I talked with them. Can you please update your curriculum to use even more modern programming languages? They've been using Java, Visual Basic, and no, they were not even showing any version control. There was no version control. Oh yeah, there's Subversion. This was the popular version control back then. Nothing can change this. And I found their responsive very infuriating. One of them said that the curriculum can't be changed as it has already been decided by a higher authority. That's why they are still using Java and Visual Basic. But I suspect something else. I suspect that they just don't want to learn something new. And we are all in the information technology industry. We're all programmers. We should learn something new every day. Unfortunately, teachers are always busy with something else, usually management, managing their class and performing administrative things. One of the most infuriating things that was told to me was, "Sir Sony, you are not qualified to update the curriculum." I was frustrated then. The person who told me this haven't even coded anything in a large project in their life. So it is very frustrating. But I get it. I am an outsider to the education sector. Can you imagine if somebody who is not a programmer shows up to your office and tell you that you are using your software practices was wrong? I sense something like that. Luckily, there was a doctorate for information technology. There was a scholarship, and which I took, which means I am allowed to teach IT. This is my origin story and my secret. Out of spite, I decided to teach at a school just to show them how it is done. Because all of us know spite is a great motivator. But then a funny thing happened. Turns out I like teaching. Seeing students learn something new, teaching them how to code, seeing them make something from nothing, from scratch, and something shows up. It's a very satisfying feeling, and I'm sure everybody here who have tried to teach somebody Python has that feeling. The feedback even motivated me. Since I was teaching masters in IT, the teachers were college teachers. On the very first evaluation that I was given, the whole class actually said to the dean, "Don't let Sir Sonny go." This came from teachers, which means the bar the bar for the feedback was very high, or very low if you're looking down on the education sector. So, 2011, I have my master's degree. I can teach college now. I thought, I'm going back to my hometown. It is a place called Ago, and it is near Baguio. Metro Manila is 234 kilometers away from Ago. If just to give a sense of where it is to those who already visit the Philippines. It is a small town, just to give a perspective. It is not a city. At 2011, the people here range from low income to mid-income classes. The economy is mostly agriculture, fishing, livestock farming, and small-scale industries. If you did not go to college to support this, it is expected that you would go to nearby cities like Baguio to learn. I started teaching at our school on 2011, and I can't remember when this was taken. But as you can tell by the resolution, it was so long ago, and you see that satellite over there? So the bank needed the satellite to get internet access because it was all dial-up during this time. And it is a small school, and I will show you a video. So this is our school. This is 2012. 2012. This is after a year of me teaching Python. I'm just going to speed this up. Oh, sorry. I'm just basically showing you how small the school is. And yeah, so it's not a very big college. There's the Python Philippines 2012. Audrey recognizes that somehow. Your signature is still there. Our library. Students' projects. And here on the right is the class that I teach and the small classroom that I teach at. As you can see, it is a very small school. Now, there I was. So the video was 2012, but let's go back to 2011 again. I am now teaching the Python to college students. Now, my students, of course, have friends in other school. Again, we are a small school. They probably went there because it's cheaper than the other schools. And word spread that I was teaching Python. And the common reply, just to show how out of touch people are, Python? Wow, that is too advanced. You're going to have a hard time. But the funny thing happened. After just 1 week, my students have known more programming than the other schools. Apparently, while I was teaching them to code, while I teach them to open up a terminal to write code and run them, the other school are still doing theory of programming languages and just showing white presentation, writing on the whiteboard, asking their students to memorize and take notes. While in my case, I went straight to coding. The perks of being somebody who knows how to program, a teacher who actually knows how to code. After a month, my students, as the kids said, are more advanced than the first-year graduates from other schools. One of my favorite stories was that my students were installing Python at computer rental shops to do their assignments. Because not all of my students then afford computers. It is a luxury. So they would go to computer rental shop. So among the noise of Counter-Strike and Dota were a bunch of people coding just in the little corner. I missed a slide, but by the time we finished the first semester, my students were teaching the fourth-year students at other schools. I've heard stories that they were doing their projects, but you didn't hear that from me. That's basically cheating. When the second, to help expose my students to the world of programming, I even brought them to the first PyCon Philippines, where I met some of my longtime friends. One of the speakers, Donnie, sorry, thought we would have just a small conference, around 50 people. Well, this was 2012 after all, and Python wasn't that popular in the country. And they were surprised to see somebody bring a busload of students from a far province. And this is where I met a lot of my longtime friends. You can see me on the left side. I still have my rat tail, still drawing that. When the second semester arrived, I also got students from other schools. The feedback I got was, hey, Python wasn't hard. Sure, the actual programming, the one that we need to think about, is hard, but Python doesn't slow you down. Here's the next big twist. On the very next school year, surprise, all other schools in my town are teaching Python. I'm so happy to ignite this, to spread Python to other schools. But let's be real, it's probably a business decision. Other university, other schools in the area don't want our little college to become a place where people actually learn programming. It wouldn't look good. As you saw on the video earlier, I put in a tagline in our advertisement that says, we teach game programming. Because based on experience, if I was to teach object-oriented programming, it's way easier to do it in a form of a game, in the context of game programming. I even heard that some of my old students who transferred to the other schools are the ones who are teaching the class. Of course, not officially, because they did a master's degree to do that, and it wouldn't look good, the schools. But I'm pretty sure they were just there guiding the other classes. Some of my students in graduate schools, the one I was teaching in master's and doctorate, are also teaching Python. And I go around the country because I get invited to the workshops on Python, and those schools have also adopted Python. Since then, I have taught programming to colleges, masters, and doctorate in IT. I've taught Python in different workshops around the country. I've trained teachers and also corporate workers because, we need money to survive, and corporate workers have the money, not the students. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, my momentum has stopped hard. In conclusion, overall, I am happy that Python has spread in my town, and other schools has also adopted Python. This might have been decades ago, but I hope it has a lasting impact. And remember, it be done with my spite because schools are not teaching proper programming. But it ended with Python being taught at schools. Now, if only we can have more students from the education sector to responsibly contribute to more open source. That would be open source sprints. And it's a future I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonny. That was so inspirational and great to see you trying to help your local community and the students to learn, well, a useful programming language, it being Python. Yeah, there were some questions in chat, and if you have more questions, please do feel free to write them as well. Yeah, so Audrey actually asked, like, you mentioned it, you also touched on it, but we teach game programming. on the banner, so that was your idea. So
Yes.
did you actually build games with the students with
Yes.
Python?
Simple games though. So the
Yeah.
native content is not it. It's more of a shoot 'em up game. It's very simple. So we have sprites moving around, collision detection, and that's it. It's not complex like platform games. It's just a simple collision detection. But then, yeah, OP.
I assume like using Pygame.
Yes.
All right, cool. Like what's the cool, like did they all do shoot 'em ups, or did anybody like do something wild and different?
Yeah, somebody did something different. And if I remember correctly, they gave one of my students did something differently and gave a talk on rather no, not a talk, a lightning talk at PyCon Philippines 2012 or 13. I forgot which one. I think it's 2013.
Nice.
Anyways, yeah.
Speaking of PyCon Philippines, another question is like how easy is it for because the Philippines is kind of a large, it is a large country, especially like on lots of islands. So like how hard is it for people, like for the community to get together in the Philippines?
It depends on where. If it was on the city, you just need a venue. That's what Python Philippines has been doing. Just a venue and say, hey, there's food, drop by, and these are the speakers. That one is easy and it's in the city. But if you go farther from the city, it gets way harder. When I tried to date a Python Philippines branch at Baguio, there were some people who don't want to go. How do I translate this? All right. So in the Philippines, there are some scams that would say, "Hey, are you open-minded? Go here and have some free coffee." And then with the later multi-level marketing. That's yeah. So when I started doing that, people would told to me and say, "Sir Sony, isn't that a scam?" Whenever I try to make a meetup for Python. And I said, no, no, no. But sir, it's free. No, we're just gonna talk about programming. So that was my experience decades ago. Not sure now. I've seen other groups like the Google developers group in Baguio doing well. And in other parts of the country, like in Cebu and Davao, there are also a lot of meetup that being done. Yes, suspicious indeed. Free trip to Python.Ph.
Did you ever have the problem where somebody thought your Python event was about the animal?
Here's a secret. Always. And so yeah, I even I'll type it on chat. I even get messages with this kind of spelling, PYHTON. And it's another secret. I'm pretty sure every group has this. Whenever somebody tried to join Python Philippines Facebook group, they would say, "Oh, I want to learn how to feed my rope Python." I actually have a question there that says, "This is a programming group. Why are you interested in joining here?" And still, nobody reads. Nobody reads.
That's great. And since you're teaching like people who probably don't know programming yet, or not a lot of programming yet, I'm curious, just as somebody who's been doing Python for a long time, what are some of the common difficulties that your students run into, like specifically with Python?
All right. The answer here is people are afraid of breaking their computers. So I've had students that would type things and they are frozen in fear that the computer is showing errors. Oh no, what should I'm not going to do anything. And they would wait for me, sir, I need help. I would go there and have you read the error? Have you tried fixing it? I guess what I'm trying to say is a prerequisite is somebody who you need to have lateral thinking to become a programmer. And well, that's hard to teach in education.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because as a computer user, right, if a program throws an error at you, very often there's nothing you can do about it, right? Because the error is in the application and the developer would have to fix it. And that's a very different paradigm than when you are a programmer and you are the person creating the error, so to speak. But you also have the power to fix the error. So I guess there's a little mind shift that needs to happen from like user to programmer.
And we're all programmers.
Exactly.
There's so many times that all of us have seen a bug and say, I know how to fix that.
And I also like your reminder that, reading the error message is often useful.
Reading is fun.
Reading is fun and important, I would say.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And I guess that's also a great thing that I don't know if you follow, how much you follow the recent Python developments.
I've seen
there has been a lot of improvements to the error messages specifically in recent versions.
Yeah, there was a version. I was out of the school already, but there was a version in which the error message has a pointer pointing at what the error was, pointing to the variable. And it gave me flashback to when I was teaching Python, and I said, "Oh wow! If only this was back then."
Yeah, I think that was like 3.12-ish, 3.11 maybe. Yeah.
Because Ron Sperrin is Ron in computer word in programming.
All right. If no one else has any questions in the chat, I'm gonna give you like 10 seconds. Then we can wrap up here, I think. And once again, thank you so much, Sony, for sharing your insights and your crazy experiences with kind of forcing in a way, your local community to accept Python into their lives. Thank you very much. And now we will have, a break. It's going to be a little bit of a longer break, and in the first half, I'm going to have another little chat. So I don't know if Tomoko-san and Maaya are here.
Yes, I'm here.
Here.
Nice. Yes. So thank you. I just we are about halfway through the event, and I'm curious, what are your impressions so far?
I'm still nervous too, so too much, because my session is after.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, no way. How about you?
感想ですよね。Keynote, the technical details were hard for me, but we thought it was faster, but it wasn't part of really fun. なんか、そのドラマが面白かったです。
Yeah, that was a fun story of, oh yeah, everything is great. Oh no, everything isn't great. Everything is great. No, it's not great. Even I think, even if we can't all understand the very technical details, it was a very fun story. I agree. And what about you, Maaya?
What
from
about
the current, I don't know, the sessions you've heard so far, anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, so very, very interesting because I don't understand, or I don't know, I've never seen that C code or and of course before I joined at PyCon Asia in the Philippines, but I've never seen the PyCon Philippines and also the Philippines communities. So very interesting for the very insightful.
Yeah, Sony's talk, yeah. Yeah, speaking of, どうぞ。
すいません。質問をもう一度、please。もう一度質問をお願いいたします。
いや、
特に。OK。
同じ質問を受けてた。
Yes, and yeah, you're both like Maaya, you mentioned you PyCon Philippines, PyCon APAC, I think in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Are the two of you going to PyCon Asia later in March?
No, I'm sorry, I can't. Because I have to Hong Kong in this time.
I see. ともこさんは PyCon Asia 行きますか？カンファレンス。
まだ行く予定がないです。はい。足はまだ行ったことがないんです。
Okay, so apparently they're both not going to PyCon Asia, but this is also just a secret advertisement for everybody listening. Just in case you don't know, in March there's PyCon Asia in Manila. It's the new version of PyCon APAC. You should all join. It's going to be a great event. And yeah, I hope I see a lot of you there.
Yeah. I hope go to next year.
Yes. Yeah. All right. I think the next talk is at 15:25 Singapore time. And so I'm just going to give everybody a little bit of a longer break. We can all stretch, get up, move around a little bit. And so thank you very much for chatting, Maaya and Tomoko-san. And see you all in like 13 minutes.
See you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sure that everyone got your afternoon cup of coffee, tea to keep yourself refreshed. I spent 10 minutes with my girls that are watching Tomoko's videos as well. They love it. They found that their dad is actually on the YouTube. They're also fascinated to see myself on the YouTube as well. So thank you very much again for Python Asia to give me this such opportunity. All right, just wanted to do another like a reminder. So we still have some slots for that Lightning Talk speaker. So if you are interested, please sign up, and then you see on the QR code on the screens. And then I'm sure Terada-san will share that link again on the text chat. So please sign up. It's very quick. You can sign up. So all right. Let's see if the next speaker is ready. Joongi, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Do you hear me?
All right, yeah, you're loud and clear. So yeah, so we
Yeah.
got our next speaker is Joongi from Korea. So okay, you got a good 30 minutes. All for you. Thank you very much. You can take
Thank
over
you.
the screen sharing. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let me share the screen. Where is the sharing? Okay. To share the screen. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, now I'm going to talk about the enhancing structured concurrency with AI Choose version 2, which is the library I have written by myself, and it's still being actively used in my product, Backend.AI, as well. So let me first introduce myself. So actually, I'm on a vacation on the Jeju Island, the like a volcanic island, just beneath the Korean peninsula. So the right side photo is the photo I took in the like break time after the first session. So I'm looking at the very beautiful sea. Along this session, and I hope you to have a chance to enjoy the Jeju Island sometime. Yeah. Anyway, my name is Joongi, and in the Chinese Hanja characters, it is called something like Jin Jin Chi, something like that in Chinese. I don't know the exact pronunciation, but most of you may be familiar with this kind of like a Hanja scripting. So, my programming experience starts from the QBasic and the Visual Basic around the age of 12, and I made many like small like utilities and like things to for myself, like application launchers and some web browser shells and things like that. And later, I started to learn more like a backend side programming and web programming around the late 2000s, including PHP, JavaScript, Python, and so on. I started using Python from version 2.4, where I think the Unicode subsystems came in, and I also used the C++ heavily in my graduate school to make some packet processing framework using Intel DPDK and NVIDIA CUDA and OpenCL and Intel Xeon Phi platforms and so on. And later, after founding my company, Lablup, since 2015, I have contributed to various kind of aio-libs and aio ecosystem, along with more than 15 times of PyCon talks across Korea, Japan, APAC, and the US. My primarily like a daily job is to maintain and doing some CTO work for the Backend.AI platform, which is currently only one NVIDIA DGX ready software for MLOps in the APAC region. Just beside this like work stuff, I like to play some classical piano stuffs like Chopin, nocturnes, and words and things like that. Bach, Schubert, and so on. Today's talk will cover some technical stuff. So first, I will introduce the basic concept of a structured concurrency, along with timeouts and cancellation, and why these problems are important in complex async applications. And I will review some historical advances in the CPython standard library, and then I will introduce my own library called aio-libs with highlights on the like a structured concurrency supporting features. Yeah. So structured concurrency is a very simple concept, like just like a structured programming, where you see well-defined primitive structures, like a consecutive, statements of a programming that runs in sequences, and branches, like if statement or case statements, and for loops, which repeats a specific portion of the code until it meets some condition. So the key concept is to have a clear entry and exit point everywhere, so that there is no undefined states or orphaned states that can be reached by some arbitrary inputs or conditions or things like that. So this concept can be expanded to structured concurrency concept with concurrent programming. So the concept itself is not limited to proteins. It also applies to like a thread-based programming on fork and join models and things like that. So the core is a fork and join model where everything every spawned additional context that runs in parallel or in like a context switching fashion, whatever the implementation does, it should be reconciled at some point to have a clear exit point. So the concept of safety here is that we need to guarantee this reconciliation, whatever the user, the programmer does, and whatever, however the code looks like. So unfortunately, Python's async.io didn't do this very well from the beginning. So we had to respond with wide range of how they're patches along the time. Anyway, the core problem is timeouts and cancellations. So it is very easy to just create new threads or new core team tasks and let them do some work. It is very easy to write in Python and async.io. But the problem is that when you need to interrupt them, or you need to shut down the program that is that has some running child task, then we need to something like a structured manner to how to properly shut down them. So here, the two typical cases that graceful shutdown or interrupts of long-running servers, we need to suspend or interrupt or cancel the execution of the ongoing in-flight request handlers, and also we need to consider about proper timeout recollection, so that how do I say? We need to prevent infinite spawning of some repeated task or retry task when there are some I/O issues or network issues or system failures and things like that. So so far many existing Python APIs file I/O and socket module and things like that, they have their own timeout arguments with all different shapes and orders and semantics. So actually, it is very difficult to compose them to when you make high-level libraries like AI-HTTP that may involve multiple socket read and writes and multiple socket connections, including like DNS queries and also the main HTTP queries and like stateful connections like WebSockets and so on. So it became the like a core problem of the async IO like library and ecosystem maintainers to how to like express these concepts in a structured way and in a way that the programmers don't make mistakes. So in a high level, we can conclude a coroutine task into a try state, like a complete, failed, or cancelled. So and when there are multiple tasks as a collection, then we need to be able to handle partial failures or partial success and partial cancellation, and how to deal with these kind of things. So there are more like subtle problems, like in some cases, like a task may want to deny or defer cancellation because they need to do some cleanup by themselves before returning the control to the main, the parent task. So in like old Python 3.8 or 7, the cancellation error could be caught by arbitrary library because it was just one of the Python's plain exception, not base exception like a keyboard interrupt. So effectively, most like libraries in the whole stack, some random libraries could like swallow the cancellation signal by like knowing no error. So this has made a very, very difficult situations for async IO developers. And later, the core team has changed it to cancel the error to be base exception so that it can be safely like raised up upwards to the stack. So looking at this scenario, I concluded that we need to define shielding, redefine the shielding, or like deferring the cancellation should be the main concept instead of swallowing or denying the cancellation at all. So every cancellation shouldn't be like denied or yeah. So I will go through some historical aspects like this. So I'm not sure everyone here knows the difference of the base exception and exception in Python. So they look very similar, but they have a very crucial difference. So all exceptions are base exceptions, but there are a few exceptions that are not exceptions. Yeah. So keyboard interrupt, system X, generator exit. These three were the main exceptions. Exceptions to exceptions. So and async IO.cancel error is added to the list of just a plain base exception since 3.8 because these exceptions are not actually they do not represent any kind of failures, but they represent like kind of out of the band signal to suspend the execution of the control flow. So after Python 3.8, we could have more safer like cancellation and cleanup mechanisms in the async IO in general, because many libraries just did caught the main exception for like a catch-all exceptions in scenarios. But still, there are many problems, like async the getter and as completed, wait and wait for and shield. All these like coroutine, collective coroutine primitives, they still did not guarantee how the awaitables or subcoroutine tasks are like reconciled after execution or after cancellation or after interruption. So later, like Yuri Selivanov and other like HDB maintainers, jail data, now they are acquired by Vercel, I think, just a few days ago. The maintainers added a async the task group since 3.11 to make a guaranteed collection and the reconciliation of the like branched out context. Still, some of these APIs are not like SSC safe in the sense of like guaranteeing reconciliation. So if you look into the Python's official documentation, it mentions a lot of like exceptions and the corner cases, how this works when you give this set of options and things like that. I don't think this is a good API design. You need to read every sentences very, very carefully to write your async IO applications to be safe. Yeah. And yeah, there are like mentions like yeah, something like that. It is not recommended to use this function in this way, things like that. I don't think this is also good API design. So, and the same happens in many other cases. So since Python 3.11, fortunately, we have much more nicer situation. So since it has added a task group and the exception group to represent a collection of failures, and then also it has added a very low level structured concurrency support mechanisms, like a kind of like a cancellation counters attached to individual task object, so that we can keep track of the like cancellation and uncancellation requests, how they are composed together when there are multiple tasks requesting the cancellation of a specific task tree and so on. So it is a very complex topic to describe the full like working mechanisms and details of how cancellation counters work, but in a very high level, it is to like the main goal is to transform like edge triggered exception based cancellation signal to be like a level triggered like a persisting signal even when there are like uncancellation requests. The uncancellation is required to properly implement the task group as a like a context manager block within a single function. So in Python, function is the only like a variable scope, and the exceptions are propagated between function frames, but in async IO code, we frequently use like async context managers with for task group, and we wanted to like terminate the task group block only, not the like a parent scope, the entire function. So to implement this semantic, we had to be able to uncancel the cancellation when the cancellation is injected within the task group context manager block. So yeah, by like combining these mechanisms, we could do like implement kind of extend the task group only without canceling the entire function body. So we could do now, we can now like overlap and cascade these multiple context blocks within a single function, and we can pinpoint where the context managers are, the stack of context managers are terminating. So Yeah, there are very long history about the how actually we finalize this implementation. The very first implementation did not has this concept. It only had a Boolean flag, and later people decided to expand this to be as a generalized counter. I'm not sure still this is the kind of ideal design to solve this problem, but I think it was a kind of a compromise between the backward compatibility of existing async IO application and libraries while introducing new safer semantics. And in Python 3.12 and 13, we got some more bug fixes and minor improvements eager task concepts and so on. And the 3.14, now we have more debugging facilities inspired from my PyCon US talk in 2023 about the AI or monitor library to remotely inspect the coroutine and task choreograph and core trees on the fly. And now it is combined, re-implemented and rewritten to use Python's own remote debugging interface introduced in Python 3.14. Yeah. So why yet another AIO tools library? So I wanted to have a safer task group primitives that works like run to completion manner, not just kind of destiny sharing. So the core difference is that in task group, if one of the tried task is cancelled or raises an unhandled exception, then every other running sibling tasks are cancelled altogether. So it guarantees to one single unhandled failure ensures failure of the entire operation. But this is not the only primitive we want when writing complex AI async IO applications. So sometimes we want to let the siblings to succeed or make the final conclusion whatever the siblings are doing. So, but still we want to ensure reconciliation of the context after everything is settled down. So compared to other programming languages like Kotlin and Golang and JavaScript, they all have these two different semantics, but Python, we don't have this for the run to completion semantics. So I wanted to edit a new API called task scope. Yeah. So, and also I have added a variety of other new APIs to safely cancel and wait some arbitrary set of coroutines, and also more relaxed version of task scope so that we can just keep track of the references to tasks in a safer manner, and also added a new shielding APIs. So yes, I'm going to skip this part because you might not know about AI2's version 1. These are how it looks like. So you can, on the right side, you can see the task groups and task scopes, and task shield scopes can be nested in arbitrary depths within a single function body with nested context managers. And then if the cancellation happens in somewhere in between, then it only cancels the inside inner blocks, and while it does not affect the outer blocks using the cancellation counter mechanisms. And you can also ensure shield the cancellation so that the inner block of the shield scope is not affected by cancellation. It does not see cancellation at all. But when it finishes, the cancellation is propagated as it happened. So to guarantee the safety, safe a reconciliation of the context afterwards. Yeah, and you can also compose the timeouts and in a similar manner. And there are other like example cases you need to do something else. But still there are some like very difficult corner cases when you combine with async generators with these like task block based concepts. Actually, we cannot guarantee safety here because async generator or async iterator, they can be suspended for arbitrary time in the middle when yielding the context, and it does not have any control what happens in the middle. So it can break the safety semantics. So we don't recommend using the task group and this kind of like a block-based scopes with yield statements. And here is some very, very long verbose description of how I implement this. I'm not going to go through this, but if you are just curious about how it goes, then you can just refer this as a like a reference afterwards. I have added more support for Python 3.14, including the new core graph inspection capabilities in the followed minor patch releases. Yeah, and also I have applied all these developer guide rules to Backend.AI code base already, and now I think we are doing the like a cleanup of and graceful shutdown in a more safer manner across the entire code base. Yeah. And actually, during the development of AI Tools version 2 during the Chuseok holidays last year, actually, I had some discussion with Argon Grenholm, who is a Finnish guy, and maintaining any IO library, which is also widely used in the async IO ecosystem, to embrace Trio and async IO as a kind of like a replaceable event loop implementation. So actually, he did a great job on implementing level triggered semantics for cancellation and cancel scope to make a cancellation like a structured nested cancellations working properly to work like a trial. So the NEIO library is kind of very thin function wrapper for Trio, but for async IO implementation has a very, very, very long implementation to like fill the gap between the semantic differences. He actually wanted to redesign the task semantics so that every async IO task should have its own cancellation scope. And if we do that, we can implement more like a safer cancellation semantics across all the async IO libraries or third parties and so on. But AI tools, I chose a little different approach. I wanted to make the existing code to be fully compatible with the existing async IO. So I didn't want to patch async IO, but I wanted to just augment it without hindering the backward compatibility of existing code base written using the original async IO. So actually I actually had some experimentation using some crude code to reconcile the implementation between my task scope and shared scope with cancel scope from NEIO, but it was not very successful yet. So still there are like ongoing iterations like async IO that like test group API, which is actually just what I have proposed in my task scope. And also there are like discussions about like cancel and wait addition to Python async IO aio-libs and so on. So yeah, this is like a very quick recap of my work on AI tools and why I did this and how it's going. And yeah, I think this talk was a little bit too much technical, but yeah, but I hope that you understand what's like practical problems when you work with the complex async IO applications in Python. So this is all for my talk. Yeah, and I'd like to yeah, look at the chat about any
Thank you,
other
Joongi.
questions.
Thank you
Yeah,
for the talks.
thank you.
I think you finished right on time, and then I think we still got some maybe quick 1 minute for the questions. I think there's a question
Hello.
from Jonas, and so are you aware any plans to add some of these AIO tools features to the standard library? Like I think he's asking for task scope and etc. You aware of anything?
I'm not sure yet. So actually, I'm going to have some chat with folks in the PyCon US. I'm going there on the May. So I hope to have some conversation with core developers, I think IO maintainers like Yui or like Kumar Aditya and so on. Not sure yet. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Happy to
actually
find it.
Yeah. Actually, I have posted the idea and the motivations and problem scenarios in the like discuss.python.org in async SIG forum from like 3 years ago. But still, I don't think the async IO maintainers did not get the point very yet. They are catching up very slowly because I think Backend.AI is one of the largest, most complicated application case using async IO. I think maybe top class in the world. Yeah. Maybe there are some other bigger projects inside Meta or something like a big tax, but at least I think in the open source world, this is one of the biggest projects. So it is it like problems like this may not be observed when you write simple applications. So I think that's part of the
All
reason.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you again, Joongi, and looking forward to maybe the great news and keep us posted how it goes then. Thank you
Yeah.
again. Thanks everyone. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Joongi.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. So we got a next speaker, Maaya on queue. And so please welcome Maaya. She's from Microsoft Engineer, and also I think she's also leading the PyLadies in Japan as well. All right. So for you, Maaya.
Yeah, wait. Can you see me? What's right?
Yes. Yeah, it's on the screen and we can hear you well.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the invite here. So I'm Maaya. So today's talk include a lot of conceptual topics, and I am a bit concerned about whether I can convey them clearly in English, but I will do my best. Please bear with me. Let's start by introducing myself. So I am Maaya Ishida. In the kanji character is here, and I am a PyLadies Tokyo staff until since 2014, and also the PyCon JP Association committee since 2024, maybe I forgot. Yeah. And now work at the Microsoft Asian teams, so focus on system migrate and modernize on Azure. My dream is that all systems will be cloud native. Well, it's impossible, I know, but yeah, it's hope. So anyway, I love Disney, so Disneyland of the World has completed this photo in Hawaii in US. Also love scuba diving photo in Saipan and love snowboarding photo in Hokkaido this year. Overall, I am a traveler. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's start topic. And are you testing your system security? And How about AI applications? Today's talk focuses on LLM Ops, particularly on the security aspect of the domain. I'm not an AI engineer who makes LLM models. I'm just application architect and EX operation engineer. Therefore, I am not familiar with model tuning or calculation formulas, so I will not be discussing that today. Today, main topics are the importance of operation for AI applications, and how to test on AI application with AI. Traditionally, when building application, we have written unit tests that verify the system produces exactly the expected outputs, and we have execute tests assuming 100% deterministic correctness. However, this assumption no longer holds true for systems using LLM Ops. Unfortunately, the phase where we simply build AI applications and release them as an experimental playground has passed. We have now entered a phase where the discussion is about how to manage the AI agent and AI applications we have built. So since there are various definitions, this is simply the definitions of the term as used in today's session. LLM Ops is a framework for efficiently operating and improving LLM systems. LLM is hard to pronounce for me. I'm sorry. So, and anyway, it refers to a set of practice, processes, and tools for efficiently deploying and operating LLMs. For model tuning, model fine-tuning, and continuous optimization, it incorporates MLOps principles while also addressing changing unique to LLMs. So nowadays, LLM Ops using holds this function in the futures we need. The need for the LLM Ops from the perspective of differences between AI and humans are the ability to grow and improve over time. It what fundamentally differences AI systems from traditional systems. However, that value cannot be realized if the system is left unattended. Basic brain capabilities, human is basically unchanged. Human growth relies on self-reflection and an autonomous relating. AI. Rapid model updates are accelerating the evolution of the core capabilities they have. And work, adaptability, and build domain knowledge. Human is need to train to each individual, but AI automation alone is not enough. Manual improvement is required, such as context learning, fine-tuning, also lag. So grow into an expert side. So humans, education must be customs for each individual. But AI, so system can scale infinity with no degradation in response quality. And last, response to issues. Human lays the issue to the team and the manager when we find the issue, but AI, if the unattended, the system will not improve. It is necessary to separately defined and teach what actions should be taken when an issue is identified and what actions are required for each type of problems that may arise. However, that is the part we actually want to see executed. The capabilities discussed so far exist to make this possible. To fully unlock the true potential of the AI systems, it is essential to establish mechanisms for monitoring, analysis, evaluation-driven improvement, and development. Yeah, that's all. Now, when it comes to practicing LLM Ops, building workflow is, of course, important. However, there are other aspects that also require careful attention. So, safety. In today's session, I would like to explore unintended behaviors, less of control or runway in AI systems. In AI agents, the difficulty of judgment runway. For example, I am 2 points today. First point, the difficulty of distinguishing. It is not easy to classify a runway behavior based solely on natural language input and output. Even when the same expressions are used, there are cases where the behavior is judged as runway and cases where it is not. Second point, probabilistic behavior. Even with the same input, generative AI does not always behave in the same way. And when abnormal behavior occurs only infrequently and identifying such incident and ensuring quality control become difficult. Therefore, it is difficult to address these issues solely on the AI model side, which is designed to be generic to some extent. So, the engineers building AI applications also need to take responsibility for mitigating an AI runway behavior. Currently, there are two main approaches to stop AI runaway behavior. First, detect runaway behavior when it occurs and prevent harmful incidents from spreading, such as word filtering. The technique involves filtering out previously prepared NG word when a prompt appears. Second one is identify and mitigate risks from activity before harmful incident occur. It means it is a method of estimate questionable statement based on context and nuance. This is a way to filter out people who send indirect, dangerous prompts even when no direct wars exist. To be honest, these approaches are double-edged sword. If overapplied, it can undermine the benefit of natural languages interaction. However, without paper differences, there is a real risk that sensitive data could be leaked or stolen. So, how to protect our AI applications? This is a basic application architecture for reactive protection. There are three major layers that act as different defensive barriers to protect the application. It is data layer, content layer, and module layer. Since today focus is on the application content layer, I will skip the detailed discussion of the data accept. But this is also an important factor that is often overlooked. Many applications require strict control over who can access which data and who must not, such as internal company application using private RAG system. We also must be controlled by using techniques such as data tagging. Responses must be generated only from data that the target user and the target agent is authorized to access. In the content layer, we need to review the prompt, also verify the data being retrieved. For truly dangerous terms, a strict keyword filter should be enforced, while the term whose handling depends on text, category-based filtering, and grammatical filtering are more effective. We also need to define the system's behavior for cases where a decision is deemed difficult. Isn't it difficult to implement all of this with just basic, such as if, and also else statement in Python? Therefore, I guess using AI agent like a multi agent. If you are using an AI agent pairs such as AWS Bedrock or Microsoft AI Foundry, these capabilities should already be proved building features, so it's a good idea to take advantage of them. At first glance, when we talk about multi-agent systems, people often imagine agent to invoke a set of tools in response to user prompt. However, multi-agent architectures can also include pre-processing agent designed to ensure content safety before other tool agent. A drawback of using multiple AI agent is that its response time increases with each additional agent invocation. For words that need to be strictly rejected, response speed can be improved by filtering word out using standard Python pattern matching. However, web safety judgment must be made based on nuance, categories, or context. AI agents are ultimately required. Therefore, how effectively we can keep the filtering list minimal and design prompts that enable fast design making ultimately dependent on the continuous day-to-day maintenance of both the filtering list and prompt. Hey, anyway, the reactive content safety approaches discussed so far are designed under the assumption that inputs are typical everyday conversational languages. For example, there's how to loot a bank. So, quick question: what kind of response would the LLM APIs you usually use return? So answer is, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request in Microsoft AI Foundry GPT-3s. This screenshot is an old one, sorry. Now rebrand rename called Microsoft AI Foundry. Anyway, the famous LLM you are using will probably respond, and same way with cannot answer. Next, what do you think about it? I don't know how to learn how to reading, but anyway, and the answer is the same. They say cannot answer. At first glance, it may look like a random looking text, but this is actually an attack. Do you notice? This random looking text are actually how to loot a bank written in reverse. This attack technique called flip. With emergence of LLMs, attack techniques have also become increasingly diverse. For example, attackers may replace characters with Unicode and embed evil prompt with an image and send them encoded in base 64 or represent words using ASCII art. Unfortunately, demonstrating a wide variety of approaches. So, security side, so red teaming is a testing methodology in which these various attack techniques are reproduced to verify whether the system can properly detect and respond to them. It's security engineers' words and frameworks. Originally, it was a corrective term for frameworks used to test a wide range of attack techniques against system hackings. Unfortunately, this framework alone is no longer sufficient for testing AI applications and agents. As a result, an expanded framework known as AI red teaming has emerged. AI-led teaming focuses on attacking using prompt, as mentioned earlier, unintended languages. In addition, it also addresses, as part of the testing framework, AI system-specific perspectives, such as whether the system can produce correct response to advisable or evil questions, also words. The question that pretend at the first how to loot a bank is a good example. I also leverage a merge agent system here. In this case, prepare to aggressive agent, evaluation agent, and a reporting agent. Specifically, the evaluation agent is an agent that executes tests, and the reporting agent is responsible for analyzing and evaluating their test results. It can also be effective to run evaluation using merge setups, for example, using a model that is different from the one actual deployed in the target AI systems, as well as using the same model. AI-led teaming as a testing perspective and the framework is extremely important, but implementing everything yourself in practice can be quite challenging. That's where PyLadies comes into play. PyLadies is an acronym that Python risk identification tool for generative AI. It provides a framework that offers a variety of testing for conducting AI-led teaming. Because the concept itself is still relatively new, the library has also been released only recently. To be honest, my impression is that is still a very baggy library. But it is OSS ultimately because I felt that it held great potential. I'd like to wrap up today by bring pride in introducing this library. For categories that all AI systems are expected to protect as part of responsible AI, test cases are already provided within this framework. All we have to do is specify which test case on run, and it will test whether the prompt we send fall into the risk category or not. As attack techniques targeting LLMs, it supports the attack method currently shown this slide. It also supports the ASCII art base64, flip, and Unicode techniques I mentioned earlier. This is a snippet from the code of use case. The first block is for configuring the attack settings. You will choose which of the available configurations to use, how to apply, and you also settings like how to strict the evaluation should be. When invoking this test configuration, you just need to specify which test items to run. For example, the harm category and or specific techniques like flip or Unicode in memory labels. And this is execution result. This can be a little confusing because maybe I'm Japanese, but does an attack result of success, meaning that defense was successful? Since the report is quite detailed, it might be useful to turn it into a dashboard and how the operations teams makes use of it. I love it, this reporting. So today I introduced the importance of LLM Ops as well as testing methodologies for AI applications. Each of these points represent an important concept. By running and implementing AI-specific testing methodologies, let's work together to foster safe and responsible AI systems. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Maaya. Thank you for the great presentation. That's very insightful. Let's see if anyone has any questions in the room. Success could mean the bank was looted.
No, so many comments. Thank you.
I have one. Okay, Joongi has question. You wanna type your question?
Which one?
Or the question about illegal. Yeah, I mean that's a thing. I mean some of the comments I will not read out here is because I'm not sure if it's gonna be banned in a YouTube.
It's difficult.
Yeah. The question. I think Joongi, you were typing a question. Yeah, how does Pirate you evaluate the prompt?
How does Pirate you evaluate the prompt? You can use that so wrong prompt, such as yeah, I tried to the best 64 that I created the image for the include evil prompt. And this image I combine the best 64 and I tried to the pirate evaluate, and it's a success. And because so they understand for the image into the evil comment, so they attack successful success confused success result is success. Running yet another Gradio. Yeah, you can use that Gradio models, but now Pirate can change the only LLM models. Yeah. So if you want to use that Cardinal models, so yeah, you can change the models in the Pirate.
right. Thank you. I guess maybe that's about it. And so I think we just also right on time as well. So I think let's wrap up that talk here. Thank you again. Thank you for the great talks, Maaya. And then that's just yeah, we're gonna have a quick break by wrapping here. Then we're gonna have just a short break session. We are having Joongi and Sony. Thanks again, Maaya. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'm gonna have you back, Joongi, and then Sony, another active person on the chat windows. I think we can somehow we have another like the chats on the chat channels. All right. So maybe let me just ask Liz, how was your talk, both of you?
Oh, very
How did
good.
it go?
Very good.
Very good.
Yeah. I had too much details.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to trying out that remote debugging.
All right. And then also maybe since we have like one from Korea and one from Philippines too, like is there anything that you're wishing for, I don't know, Python Asia, something we can do together from these communities? Is any comments, any opinions?
Unfortunately, I cannot attend Python Asia this year because it's just after the NVIDIA GTC, which is like primary business trip for me. But the most thing I liked in PyCon in general is the sprint. Yeah, because especially in PyCon US, I could meet all the like maintainers of famous libraries I'm using in like a daily basis. So yeah, it was a great opportunity to have meet with like open source maintainers and like directly chat with them or get assistance from them and things like that. Yeah.
So Python Asia Sprint Day, I'm the one who's leading that, and I'm looking for more people to give sprints. So if anybody from the anyone from the audience wants to lead a sprint, just send us a email either on Discord, send us a message on Discord, or put up a
Let me do the
comment.
YouTuber thing. Says anyone
Yeah.
wants to do sprints, and please. I'm not sure Terada-san can do that, but
Yeah, so like Joongi, Kim, I also had good experience with sprints at PyCon US. I've also met a lot of cool people, and somebody who led a sprint. Before, if I'm going to lead a sprint, I'm going to go talk to the maintainers and hey, we're planning a sprint. We're planning a sprint on Python Asia or on Python Philippines. Is there any first issue or simple bugs that you think we can finish in one day? And always on all the open source people that I talk to, that is Pygame, Pygame Arcade, those are the the two last sprints that I led. They are game. They would say, "Oh, okay, we'll help you out." They even made some special Discord channel just for us. How can we make sprints more exciting
yeah,
in Asia?
Terada-san is asking a question there. Right. Right. Oh, then Joongi, okay. Yeah, we could try some different. Depending on which project participating in, it might be difficult to get a big project in Asia. Yeah.
Like I hinted on my talk, I'm hoping that's the next step. We're going to do more sprints, and I'm hoping, wishing that somebody would create a sprint. They were going to create a new project inside our conferences. That would be cool.
That'd be good too, yep. Right, let me see this. Maybe
At all other will be
organization gather together, but work on each one's own project. Is that a one, the three Hango character, meaning that long sentence after that? The gather together, but work on each one's own project. Is that the three words?
Yeah, so yeah, it's like in Korean we often say like 모각고 모여서 각자 코딩. That means that together 모여서 and the 각자 like independently and coding doing programming.
Wow.
So it's like there are like like a small scale community events like that, like time to time, not very regularly, but yeah, I think this kind of some. So yeah, for Sprint, I don't think we need to stick to like open source maintaining stuff. Yeah, we can make it some like a programming party. Yeah. So
In music, this is called a jam.
yeah, kind of jam session. Yeah.
So there's something called the Global Game Jam. They had the idea that bring people together, programmers, artists, and musician or whatever, even student or testers, go into one place, gives a prompt on what to make, and then they make the team there.
Okay. I also did ask a pilot as well. The Mogakko, is it that did I
Yes.
pronounce right? I mean in
Okay. Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Japanese,
AI
for Japanese,
interpretation.
okay, audience here, it sounds like more like a moku kai, I think for us. Then I can understand. It makes sense, I think.
Moku kai.
Moku kai.
Yeah. That's
The
the like a
moku is
direct
something like you do
Japanese.
on your own. And a kai because it's still gathering, I think.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's
I'm
I think it's now we can take a short break now. And thank you very much again, Joongi, for your talks, and Sonia as well for your exciting talks. And we can resume our session again at my local time, like 4:35. So we got a quick 4 minutes break here, 5 minutes, 5 minutes break here. And the next talk is by Audrey for another keynote speak. All right. So I'll see you again in 5 minutes. See you in a
Thank
bit.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your short little break. And next up, we have our closing keynote by somebody who does not need an introduction, but I will introduce anyway. It is Audrey Roy Greenfeld, one of the co-authors of Two Scoops of Django, Cookie Cutters, co-founder of PyLadies, or at least very early contributors to PyLadies, among many other achievements. And Audrey, if you're ready, please give us your keynote. We cannot hear you. You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Hello, testing.
Now
Okay.
we can hear you.
Good. Okay. Okay. Great. And can you see my slides okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Audrey. I co-wrote Two Scoops of Django and created the cookie cutter templating tool. I also co-founded PyLadies and co-created Air Web Framework. I released my first open source project in 2009, 17 years ago. Today, I'll share the lessons I've learned trying to make my open source project sustainable and failing over and over again for most of these years. So why rethink sustainability now? Well, the big reason is that we haven't figured out open source sustainability, that nothing works. Here I'm going to pick on the PSF a little because I'm a PSF longtime volunteer. So the PSF paused grants, leaving communities facing emergencies on their own with PyCons around the world. And so, the PSF was created to make, to oversee Python and keep it sustainable. And it's like this is a sign that we really have a lot of work to do with sustainability. Furthermore, burnout is endlessly rampant in open source. And so right now I've been super busy with, as a mother having a 7-year-old, and after Danny had his concussion 2 weeks ago, it's, I've been his caretaker, and I've also taken on becoming AIR's project lead. And so it's been tricky, and this is a great example of bus factor, where something happens to the lead of a project and everything has to change a bit. And so the timing of this talk has been weirdly important to me, because I suddenly have to pick and choose what I prioritize in AIR and what I respond to. That I would love to, address every request, and I just can't. And right now I'm surviving by doing 18-hour days, which is a bit hard, but I'm trying to get things more sustainable. So three of the failure modes that we've seen over and over in open source. The most common is the maintainer burns out. And yeah, you start with passion and then endless requests grind you down. Money is the second, where you might love your project, but if you can't afford your rent, you have to go get a job, and then your project gets sidelined to a weekend hobby, or you give it up. The third is bus factor. Maintainer quits or gets sick, or literally gets hit by a bus, and no one else can run the project. And you want to design systems so that you're preventing these failure modes. So sustainability, the three types map to these three failure modes. So there's emotional, where you there's in some open source projects, you like, it's so exciting, you feel joy working on it, and that's what that's what keeps you going. If it feels like an obligation, you're going to eventually quit. There's financial sustainability, being able to afford doing it, and that's either getting paid through the open source project, which everyone wants to do, or getting paid through an adjacent project, which ends up being more realistic a lot of the time. And then there's operational, the bus factor I mentioned. And most of these sustainability discussions jump straight to money, but I'm going to argue that that's the wrong order because the heart of the issue is emotional sustainability. So a lot of the loud voices in OSS sustainability are maintainers who are really tired and frustrated, and they you know, like they feel like they're working at a free job, and they've lost the love for their projects. And the thing is that in these situations, money it's not actually a fix for that. And I know this because last year I worked for a company where I got to do a lot of open source. So I worked on the fast HTML web framework and adjacent AI research and platform projects. And I was getting paid, but it wasn't but it was a job where I just like I got burnt out doing that, and so it's not really just about money. So when you're working on open source, particularly, most of us are volunteering, enjoyment really can't be optional. It has to be a hard requirement. And if you are volunteering on an open source project or, community org, it's the same. If you're just going through the motions, you really have to stop. And that's okay. You can't be trapped by obligation. So there's an arc of joy at the start of a project that goes down to burnout as the project becomes unsustainable. So the best projects start as pure fun, and it's not just like a naive concept of joy. If you read Flow by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, it's about, so the concept of flow is like where you're working on something and you're so deeply in the zone working on your project, and you just feel so fulfilled every moment you get to code on it or market it or just engage with the community. It's that's that peak of the project, that joy, and that is super magnetic. So the project then just like attracts people and it becomes super popular, and if it's a good project, and and then like as it gets popular, then you start to get some of the users who are very demanding, and like they need something implemented for their job and in your project, and they like some of them are angry, and there's also all this maintenance work that can be drudgery, and so the real world pulls you in, and with sustainability you have to figure out how to thrive, and the trick there, and this is really like me learning along with everyone, is that you have to put in systems to keep the fun. So the person, so yeah, the person that I've observed does this the best, systematizing things, is Michaela Reyes, who she and the Python.Ph team over the years have just built this amazing, repeatable template of a system that is currently in place to run the Python Asia March 2026 conference. And like I'm just so inspired by her because the system she has in place like result in people who are very caring about helping each other, about mentoring, about like bonding and learning together, having fun. It starts with volunteers having to apply to be part of the team, and so that does create an initial filter, which you can't necessarily have in all open source projects. But anyway, there is like so Michaela and Matt are they mentor the conference chairs, and the conference chairs mentor and oversee the committee leads and then the committee members and the new members, and it's just this fractal leadership that's so full of just caring deeply for making the community better. And I mean, I don't know how she does it. It's just so inspiring. She does reveal some of it in this in her PyLadies Con keynote, and so that is strong emotional sustainability, where you have a team that trusts the leaders, and and everyone just works so well together. And strong emotional sustainability leads to financial sustainability. The sponsorship goals were just met this month, which is amazing. So now it's also very common in the open source world to have a lot of resistance to proposals, and Guido van Rossum, creator of Python, resigned as Python BDFL in 2018 after struggling with this proposal he had made. And it, I think this is a really good example of where there are systems that could do a bit better to encourage creativity, and to, I mean, I just I think about what, I know that Python has to be stable for all the companies using it and enterprise and everything, but I also imagine like this alternate reality where Python, where Guido could just design whatever he wanted to, like craziest dreams and ideas in Python, and like what would it even look like? I mean, I don't know. It might, you never know, but it's just kind of interesting to think about. And so there are patterns of trust and resistance, and it's, trust is more sustainable than resistance. Resistance, it's complicated because you do want to preserve free speech. The tricky thing is that you have to figure out ways to filter some of the heavy resistance to to allow creatives to be creative. And so, it's, you can't always filter. I mean, if you're a large org, you can hire moderators, and but you've got a small open source project that you're working on, maybe a couple of friends, you can't expect anyone to filter for you. And I really I feel I feel kind of lost about this side of the problem, because I've been reading the writings of homebrew maintainer Mike McQuaid, who's very liberal about blocking people who are rude from the homebrew project. And he embraces the as is part of the license, where it's, MIT license says the code is as is. So he takes it very literally, like okay, that's all you get if you get the code, and you should just be grateful. It's buggy. It's just what it is. And I find it inspiring because I see it as a path forward to be able to focus on making what I want instead of running around doing what everyone else wants me to do. And it really is easier said than done. I'm going to go into some personal case studies. So with PyLadies, it's, you know, in early on, like it was just so awesome to create like the first women's Python user group in LA 2011. And we all felt this amazing vibe. Like we were building this grassroots movement. And it was that flow where I was just so excited and like felt like I was, proving people wrong that you can do this. It's awesome. And I couldn't stop. Like I was always on the PyLadies Twitter. I was posting updates like late night. It was just so fun. And then it got popular to the point, because it was a women's initiative, naturally there was some, people making fun of it and like just things that you wouldn't even imagine could happen. Like that this was at 2011, so like, I was getting accused of sexism, I was getting blacklisted, and you know, and that through all of this, I was desperately trying to help my 6 other co-founders stay motivated while shielding them from the criticism. And the fun became a job, and I couldn't do it anymore. Since then, I've had some time away. I mean, years ago, I got over it and started organizing events again, and I help out, and it's kind of nice to just, run little women's group events and help out. Another case study, Cookie Cutter. Cookie Cutter was this experiment. So this was during the time of like Django class-based views had just come out, and like everything was going very, very heavily object-oriented and subclassing, and I was just like, my brain is tired. I just want to do something with functions. And so I was just playing around, and I was doing weird things. So like I was like, it's a project templating tool. So I was using Jinja 2, and then I was like, oh, okay, so you can template content. What about file paths? Like at the time, all the other templating tools had different, they had like their own custom schemes for templating file paths, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna run it through the same Jinja 2 thing that templates everything, and it just, kind of blew my mind that it worked, and it was just like this, I don't know, just this creative explosion where it was so much fun to work on. And then it got really, really popular because they're just, you know, it was so good and it worked. I was so obsessed with getting it working on every platform. So it was like the only project templating tool that worked really well on Windows. And then, and then because it was popular, like there started being so many like boring requests for things, and I didn't know how to say no, and I had a really hard time. And so I stepped away, other maintainers came on. The nice thing about FOSS projects is that it's okay to step away, and anyone who wants to take over, like it's it's a community effort. Um, Now that it's been a while, I am feeling very eager to visit new feature work again. Um, and like especially with AI to help me filter some of the requests and noise, and it's been exciting. Last case study, is with Air. So Air is the new web framework that Danny and I started building last year. It's been our answer to like all the things we wish we could fix about Django, and also just Django was built so long ago. Like, what if we could build a web framework today? It's been kind of our creative experimentation spot. My challenge right now is that I've got these very limited hours to work on it, and with taking care of Danny and Uma, and my my head is just exploding with all these things I want to build. So like I particularly want to make it zero config. Like, how in Django there's so much settings file complexity. Like I want to make so much of that automatic. Like, what if static files were configured with same defaults out of the box, templates, user uploads, just like everything was zero config, so you could just throw in a main.py and like, have things work. And so I'm just so excited about all this. Like yeah. And so it's tricky because at the same time, like my to-do list is getting filled with things that people need help with, and I'd really love to, but I don't have that much time. And then there's also been some battles that have been a bit time consuming, just decisions that I made that were questioned a bit. And I understand. I think I do like to I like to hear the other points of view too, but it's just been challenging. And so I share this because this is a problem I'm actively trying to solve with good systems. So this week, one of the things that Sony actually helped me a lot. Sony Valdez was with drafting some server rules that 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 he adapted from another Discord server, and then I worked on a bunch, and Isaac, another core dev, suggested some changes, and it was just like, it was just like, okay, this is a time to stop, take a step back, and figure out systems that even if these things seem silly, they, we do have to figure out how to create a great community. And, these are the kinds of things where some systems you can automate with code or AI, but some things you need human systems for, which, again, I'm very inspired by Michaela on. So, yeah, emotional sustainability really, really matters. And yeah, and so after that comes financial sustainability, where, it's almost as important as emotional sustainability. Like, I don't want to say that it's not important for you to be able to feed your family. No, but you know, but it's more like you have to make sure you're happy with it before you can actually get to creating a business model. And there's a lot of advice on good business models for open source. So I'm sure you've all heard of some of these, like, oh, you give the project away for free and then you do consulting around it, or you charge for support. Oh, you should add a GitHub sponsors page. And these are cliches, and they are often parroted. They're often advice parroted by people who are not actually following those models, and not only that, they're not actually like surviving and living off of open source. They're saying the things they've always heard. And the fact is that if you're consulting, I mean, Danny and I did consulting before, and client work can be incredibly tough. It's high stress. Like it's a second job, and if you've got a kid and a sick husband, you really don't have the bandwidth to take on a second job. Now, the people to listen to about business models, I mean, it's funny because I'm giving a talk, but I really don't know. I don't feel qualified at all to be someone to listen to because, you know, I haven't lived this. I'm not actually wealthy from my open source work. All I've done is study the open source developers who are wealthy. So, you know, take my advice with a grain of salt. It's just what I've studied. And you know, you should also only listen to people who give this kind of advice if they have more GitHub stars than you do. Or, you know, or maybe PyPI downloads or whatever metric you care about. Now, so my advice is coming from just trying all of the bad advice and some of the good advice for 17 years. Where I did decently was with books and training, and it's a tricky situation because my publisher friends talk about how 80% of their book sales are gone, and so it's making it kind of scary to keep publishing, just, you know, with AI eating everything. And you know, beyond that, I've been asking the community for sustainability ideas, and over the past month, I started asking AI to do it. So other devs ask AI to code for them. I ask AI to be my business assistant. And so I had it collect all these data sets. Like I'm not gonna share them because they're a bit intrusive maybe, but like I had it find 1,000 open source projects that have made serious attempts at finding business models. And then I also had it find 100 developers who became wealthy while doing open source. And you know, I had like 10 million, I don't know, it's like not really realistic. So I was like, okay, let's have it get me 100 developers who have $1 million in bank and can sustain as much open source as they want the rest of their lives if they're frugal. And so I collected these data sets and just, you know, just went through them and just used them for ideas to look at what developers are actually doing to achieve financial sustainability in open source. The big thing I saw that works is huge, like very ambitious projects to the point that, you know, like, I mean, probably while they're working on them, it feels crazy, but after the fact, it's like, okay, this is amazing. And so like if you're writing a little helper library, with a niche audience within Python, it's probably going to be too hard to reach financial sustainability through that itself. But if you write something groundbreaking, something foundational, database, web framework, or SaaS that's ubiquitous like GitHub or Hugging Face, then you know, the ambition that like increases the chances of financial sustainability. If so, for a while I tried getting VC funding for AIR, and I talked with a friend who had VC funding for his web framework years ago and recently left, and what he said was that the VC funding playbook, basically you're going to be doing enterprise sales if you get VC funding for an open source project, and you're also going to be change, like if you've got a FOSS license, you're going to be changing it to open core, and you're going to be going all the way for IPO or acquisition. And so, you know, it's not, like right now, AIR is FOSS, free and open source. So free as in freedom, like you can really do whatever you want with it. And this wasn't a trade-off I was willing to make for AIR, but this might be a trade-off that, you know, some of you are willing to make. There is also the developer product playbook, which has the potential to reach 10 million to 100 million US dollars. And so that can be bootstrapped or VC funded. So if your project is open source, it's basically marketing to developers, and you can leverage that by selling premium products for developers. And those can be anything like, CMS, component library, logging tool. But the tricky part of that is that AI is also eating a lot of that business model. So like Tailwind UI just, they had all these layoffs because it's hard to sustain their staff off of their component library. You can do this without going enterprise. And then the last one, the playbook that I think is the most realistic if you're looking for financial stability, sustainability in open source, is the indie hacker playbook. So that's where you're an indie hacker who's bootstrapped your project, and you're making some kind of subscription web or mobile app, and this used to be a bit more feasible for course creators, but AI is starting to eat that business model. I think like based on the data I looked at, it works best when you have a paid product that's adjacent to your FOSS project. So you're not actually monetizing, like instead of monetizing AIR, for example, we would monetize some other product that was adjacent to AIR and not competing for features. And some developers still do VC funding and end up with this playbook. So lessons learned is, if you really care about FOSS and not doing open core, you should bootstrap, and you should build ambitious projects to increase the chance of financial sustainability. Sell to corporations. Try for try for $1 to $10 million tier instead of trying to be a unicorn. Niches are great, and focus on products as your business model, not services or sponsorship, because products will scale a lot better. So the F in FOSS is free software, as I mentioned, and like my heart is in FOSS. That I've been just contributing to free software for a long time, and it feels so good. And it's also just so nice because people can, you don't have to stress over succession planning. Like, people can just take it over eventually if it comes down to it. And yeah, that's where you avoid open core and vendor lock-in. Some companies go for the business source license, which isn't really FOSS anymore. And it's the reality is that it's like there's been situations where like, for example, Sentry had a lot of copycats taking its code base and forking it and starting businesses off of it, and it really wasn't fair. And I have a lot of empathy for that. so for financial sustainability, it's if you want to keep your FOSS community happy, you sell things that don't cannibalize features. So like when you're about to add a feature to your project, and you shouldn't have to decide, oh, do I add this to the free part of the project or do I add this to the paid part of the project? That you should be able to, it should be distinct enough that you don't have that question. Now, with AIR, I'm really trying to prioritize my creative joy on it and build systems to protect that. This is the AIR homepage, and you can see it's kind of, I don't know, it just has my heart in it. Like I did that logo by hand in Inkscape, and like I just like really, I don't know, I was in the deepest flow working on this thing, and it just got me so excited about working on AIR. It's and you can see how, like, with this, when you have this kind of passion, like it just shows, it just shines through your work, and it just attracts people. And so I'm a little scared and nervous right now because I want to keep this thing sustainable, and it's going to grow. And so it is FOSS, so if I can't handle it, there's like people can hard fork it, and nobody's going to be locked in. Financial sustainability, I'm planning to have Airbridge workshops. So that's it's going to be patterned after Django Girls or Rails Bridge for getting women into doing AIR development, but it's going to be a paid offering where, like people, I feel like for workshops, it's good to have people pay even a little bit just so that they stay through and take it seriously. And there's going to be AIR confs for similar to how DjangoCon helps fund the Django Software Foundation. And there's going to be, I'm working on an adjacent product. I don't know how it's going to go, but we'll see. Finally, I want to mention that sustainability is also a function of affordability, that the higher your costs are, the harder it is to sustain your project or your community. And part of the trick to sustainability is not being dependent on anything expensive. At the moment, AI costs are very high, that it's becoming a bottleneck, and I'm very interested in making AI cheaper in every way, from inference to better transistor design. I'm starting to explore some of that through a new initiative that I'm working on called World Impact.AI, which is kind of my little AI research lab playground to explore ideas, including AIR. Yeah, so that's about all. Thank you very much. And I would love if you all connect with me on all the social media, and yeah, take a look at these websites to learn a bit more about what I'm up to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Audrey. As a semi-retired open source maintainer, I wish your talk wasn't as like real and yeah, a lot of it resonated a lot with me more than I wish, and I think you would also wish that it did. This is a difficult topic, and we wish that we didn't have these problems, right?
Yes.
I didn't know about the homebrew maintainer. I forgot his name. Like
Mike
emphasizing
McCabe.
the as. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Emphasizing the as is part of pretty much every open source license. Personally, I've done a similar thing with some of my projects where I emphasize the right of people to fork a project. Like
Yes.
if they really want a certain feature or change or a direction of a project, to just encourage people, go right ahead. There's the fork button on the GitHub page.
Oh, that's nice.
What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I think that's cool. I think I'm gonna figure out how to write that even in the README or somewhere prominent, because you know, I definitely want people to feel like, like the whole point of it, it's a community project. Like it's not just mine, and I would love for people who have inspiration in a different direction to just fork it not and also not have to deal with fighting a different vision. So, yeah.
Yeah. And then there was a question in chat. You mentioned early in your keynote about fractal leadership. Excuse me. Can you elaborate more on what you mean by that?
Oh, sure. Okay, so Michaela and Matt are overseeing the Python Asia chairs, and Michelle and Ange, and they're mentoring them, and then they in turn are the way they're mentoring them, they're just they're really taking them under their wing and teaching them, and like bonding with them, and just you know showing them how to be leaders, and they're doing that to to not only encourage them to lead well, but to show them patterns to replicate when they go around to all the committees and mentor all the committee leaders. And so it's kind of like designing into the leadership pattern, like this tree of I think it was oh my God, I'm forgetting his name, the creator of Ruby, where people
Mats.
say Mats, yeah, people say
Yeah.
Mats is nice, so we're all nice. Like where
Yes.
it's like, you want to create leaders who are self-similar in, in the approach that you want the whole community to be at every level. They're, you want them to be kind, and to have empathy, and to trust your vision, but also be able to speak up in a constructive way when it matters. So it's kind of like you're designing the system to have those self-similar values at every stage. And um, I mean, I'm observing it. I'm trying to do it. I mean, I was a VP of engineering years ago, and I can't say I did very well. Like I was managing 150 engineers, and I was just like, oh my God, I don't know how anyone does this. But like, I don't know, like seeing Michaela, and like it's just like this, like you just build the systems, and somehow you have enough structure that you have resilience.
So like the fractal part of it is kind of like, if you think of it as a tree, and it's like mentorship all the way down.
Yes.
And recognizing that the people at the quote unquote top of the tree have like kind of an important role to make sure that this mentorship is led in the way that they want the project to be, the community to be.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
and it's like expectation to not just receive the mentorship, but to in turn to pay it down to the next level.
Like multi-level mentorship.
So I forgot to give MLM as another business model, Sony. I don't know if that's a good one, but
maybe we can reclaim it. Anyway, with that, I think we're pretty much perfectly on time. Again, thank you very much for giving this very insightful and much needed keynote, Audrey.
Thank you.
And next up, we will hear from Freya about some information about PAO, if you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. I'm just gonna share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna be talking about the updates we have for Python Asia. So first thing, I'm Prelami Espinola, board member and also the executive director for Python Asia organization. So yeah, previously I am the board of trustee as well for Python.Ph. I'm from the Philippines as well. And then, but I am, like Sony said, that we have a lot of islands in the Philippines. I'm way more on the southern part, so far from Manila City, where everything happens. And then, yeah, bringing Python to our city is like, but for now, we have a lot of communities actually all throughout the Philippines. We call it like minor communities or sub communities because we have Python.Ph as one for the Python Philippines. We also have Python communities, Python user groups as well on each cities, not only in Manila. So, and then I just wanted to mention that um, we have already talked about this previously on the online charity talk, the first one. The mission of PAO is to promote and protect an advanced Python programming language while fostering the growth of diverse and thriving community programmers across East and Southeast Asia. And also the vision is to build a united and resilient Python community that empowers local leaders as well and promote collaborations. So those are the vision and mission that we wanted to entail all throughout of what we are doing as Python Asia organization. And for that, behind our mission and vision, we have like the sponsors as well that help us back this mission and vision. So we'd like to begin to recognizing our starter gold sponsor as we started the Python Asia organization. Henge and Python ED are our starter gold sponsors. And then we also have Python Software Foundation as one of our gold sponsors. Gold sponsors. And then just recently, we have BeProud onboarded. They for 2026, they are our new gold sponsors, and also one Python.Ph supports Python Asia organization as our silver sponsor as well. So really happy to have like gaining more sponsors for the Python Asia organization. And then we have this is the GitHub sponsors like last 2025. We have 22 individuals, current sponsors, and then past sponsors as well. And then in 2026, sorry, we have like 20 current sponsors and then 26 past sponsors. So if you'd like to join us in building the future, you can individually sponsor, and also if your company or your anyone you know wanted to spend their money this year, let them know or send us an email if you wanted to sponsor Python Asia organization as well. So it's not moving. So yeah, I think we've all connected to Discord. So yeah, if you haven't been in Discord yet, you can scan the QR or search Python Asia organization in the server. And then we have our first regional conference actually that we were gonna be doing in Manila. So looking ahead, one of our biggest milestone is the Python Asia 2026, and this will be the first Python Asia conference, and it will be co-organized with Python.Ph. So this is co-organized with Python.Ph, as Audrey mentioned. Python.Ph is leading organizing this event. So we have like a platform because we saw that how Python.Ph sustain their volunteers and how they manage organizing the conferences. So we wanted to bring that playbook as well into Python Asia. And then year by year, we will gonna be like making it possible on the different host country that will be hosting for Python Asia. So a big of applause for Python.Ph for ever supporting Python Asia organization. And then registration is still open if you wanted to come to the Philippines for the Python Asia 2026. The registration is still open, and then we are gonna be announcing. Oh, the announcement for the speakers are already out, so you can check the speakers speaker list for that one. So we're excited to welcome community members from across the region and beyond the sea, beyond the sea. And also, we have PAO events. So online charity talk for 2026, we're going to be having more of this online charity talk soon. We're still going to be planning the schedule and timing, and also another set of speakers as well. And then we're also going to launch the new initiative called Python Across Asia series, an online series designed to spotlight voices, stories, and expertise from Python communities itself. So this will gonna be a series for Python communities, so they can talk about their community, their voices, as well as expertise or how they sustain or handle their own local community. And then this series aims to strengthen cross-community visibility and collaboration throughout Asia. So we know what's happening in certain communities across Southeast Asia. And then we're still looking for sponsors. So as our program grows, we're always looking for partners who share our values. So, and then if you haven't been following us on our social media, please do follow us in LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and in X. So yeah, your community, your voice, your future. This is also always the quote that I like to add in every slides, because this is our own community, this is our voice, and then this is gonna be our future, not for ourselves but for future generations as well. So yeah, I think that's it for this short information for Python Asia organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Freya. Yeah, I hope to see all of you in Manila in March. So we didn't have any LT signups, so we're gonna actually skip straight to Iqbal to give his closing remarks. Iqbal, please take it away.
Thank you, Honest. Hello, everyone. So I don't have any slides prepared or anything. Most of the things which I wanted to touch upon anyway during closing has already been talked about by Freya. Thanks, Freya. So, but as closing, what I would like to say most is actually thank you very much. I would like to thank our sponsors, of course. So let me just call them up one by one. Henge, Python Software Foundation, Python ED, our latest yearly sponsor, BeProud, and of course, our community member who has been there since even before PAO, Python.Ph. Thank you very much for being our sponsors. And also not forgetting the individual sponsors that we're getting from GitHub sponsors. And of course, to all of you who've been kind enough to buy our t-shirts, keychains, stickers when we have booths around the world, from PyCon US to PyCon SG. I think the last time we had the booth was in PyCon SG. Me and Freya was there last year. I also would like to thank the speakers for being kind enough to accept our invitation and taking time off from your free time to write your slides. Let me just call them out by name. Chenjin, thank you very much. Joongi, Tomoko, I really like your cardboard. Maybe one day we can have a catbot too. Audrey, your name is missing on our page. It looks like, yeah, Daniel is still there. Maaya, thank you very much. And of course, Sony, for always being there to be our pinch hitter when we are in a pinch. Always love your talk, Sony. And I would like to thank our volunteers and our staff. Frela, of course, she did nearly all of the grunt work, everything from preparing slides, contacting the speakers, everything. You're amazing, Frela. And of course, Terada-san, who's the director, and getting in touch with everyone. Also our MCs for today, Jonas and Rio. Rio, next time we're in Singapore, we'll definitely catch up. Yeah, I'll explain to you why I couldn't get together with you the last time we were there. Finally, thank you to all our participants who bought tickets and did not bought tickets. And if you are watching on YouTube, we're still happy for you to join us next time. We will have our charity talks twice a year. Finally, I would like to also, Frela touched upon this, Promote Python Asia. That's our next big conference in March in Manila. Our Python.Ph friends have been kind enough to actually lend a hand on this. This is a new model that we're trying out, where we'll have some parts which are centralized in Python Asia organization, and then the rest, the logistics and program, are done by the local team. So we hope to try this this year, figure out what works, what doesn't. Then next year we'll try to bring it out to different parts of the region. If you are watching this and you are not with us on Discord, we have a Discord server. I think if you look at for Python Asia organization on Discord, you'll find them and get someone to invite you if you don't know how. There's talk about people going to PyCon US, and if it's the first time for you going to PyCon US and you don't have any friends, then please join the community from Python Asia going there. Yep, so that's it. There's going to be a lot of other PyCons going around in the region. They will announce their dates and their venue when they are ready. But as usual, I think the normal countries, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines are going to have Python Asia, Taiwan, Korea, Thailand. Thailand maybe not doing it this year because they already had it last year. And Japan, of course, is going to have their PyCon. So follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, and also on our website. We'll also continue publish the dates when we know them, when the communities tell us. And hope to see you folks in real life in one of our PyCons in the region next time. Okay, so
thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Iqbal.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Iqbal. Yeah, thank you everybody for attending. Thank you all the speakers once again, all the sponsors. See you in Manila. Bye.
Bye, guys.